Have you noticed that thinking for yourself is now considered elitist? That being educated is suspicious? That checking facts is somehow censorship? Congrats, you're living through the collapse of intellectualism. It didn't happen overnight. This was methodical, and here's how it works. Step 1, rebrand ignorance as common sense. If a fact makes them uncomfortable, it's fake news. If history proves them wrong, it never happened. If a scientist explains something, he's part of the agenda. Step 2, attack expertise. Doctors must be lying for profit. Professors indoctrinating your kids. Journalists, secret agents of the deep state. Step 3, replace knowledge with loyalty. You don't need evidence, just the right echo chamber. You don't need research, just rage. And that's how we got here, where banning books is called freedom, where asking questions gets you labeled, where learning makes you the enemy. Because controlling what people think wasn't enough. They had to destroy how we think.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, you don't be cheap. It's once again, everybody can pay up. If anybody follow me, my brother, chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, I be the master. Oh, man, I go shop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love. The refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, they can't bring down. I pay the master. I don't see them fire. That's why whenever I enter my miracle, I will show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, I be the master.
Let me show you a WhatsApp. Let me read out a WhatsApp for you. Let me just show you a WhatsApp I sent to someone. Is there anybody here who can read very well? And everybody will can? Yes. This is a WhatsApp sent by Tinubu's group. No, read it out. I want you to read it out. Everybody can. Power glad lab. No. Okay. Yes, sir. Just read out what it says.
Yoruba, shine your eyes on. If you vote for P2B, is automatically voting for seaport in south and southeast. The Igbos will stop coming to Lagos State to invest, rather they would go to Delta and River State. They may even stop building houses in Lagos. It will affect a lot of Yorubas.
This is your contact. He don't see the value of let's have something better. He really doesn't confuse my sister. They said it failed.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the Beavers. The Beavers accredits people and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. What they've sold us, whether it's IRF, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the Beavers is from this to this. We are promised this Sumter's meal, and we just had a serve of the starter, and they disappeared with the rest of the food.
These recent elections, it's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue.
Okay now. To person between my pen. I see. I see what the wedding for game. Okay. Papa you look film. And the Igaya. Mama say na wa get to go kwa. Aga na wa mu jelumba. O we budike. Aga ni lu le budilo wa nemu.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck one, the mouse ran down, hickory dickory dock. So hickory dickory dock, here we go again. Another day, another session. The times might be skittish, but the promise is that we'll always be here. So there it is. We go again. I think we've actually skipped a day to another one, so late these sessions now. But nevertheless, we do go again. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading into yet another session, that friendly neighborhood of You Are Laughing Man, one man wins to more. We do it as we always do it. We do that, we always do it. And by the way, we have the expectation of having a guest on later on Saturday, which is where I am now. So we have the expectation of having a guest on, but I may have to cancel that for reasons that I think I've been mentioning it over the last few days. I'm having work done in my house, and that work is not complete. So I don't think I'll be in the right frame of mind to do it with everything around me, just and then I can't. The time slots that it might not be possible for reasons that my house is too busy at the moment for me to be in any frame of mind to do it. I've not yet spoken with him. I'll speak with him later on in the day. I think it's agreeable to moving it, to another day. So hopefully we'll still be able to bring him, but it might not be today. I've not yet cancelled it. We'll see how the day goes. I don't want to have, it's not really, I want to postpone it rather than cancel it. But then if it's not amenable to the postponement, then we may have to cancel it. But hopefully we don't have to do any of that. But just to give you the heads up on that. But as it still stands, it's still on. I might just still be able to move things around and still do it. But there's a 50% chance that I may have to defer it. But these things happen. But good day to you, good to be your company and all that. Protocol remains the same. Click on the like button if you would, please. Subscribe, not already, then do it immediately. Hyperlink says StreamYard invites you into the studio. Share the links just as widely as you can. So do those, click on like, click on subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink says StreamYard. And then share the links just as widely as you can. So at least do those. So do those. And by the way, where do I even want to start this? Let me see if I have that clip. I may well. I am actually minded to start it with a clip. If I did download it, if I didn't, then I clearly cannot. All right. All right. There was a clip put out actually that some guy reminding us of a jealous pigs, which is a narrative that we have been laboring on. With somewhat, I would say we've abandoned the hashtag a jealous pigs campaign, but we've not been pushing it as fervently as we previously were. So I just saw some guy. Do you know that Southeastern guy that we always go to? The one that speaks a lot of sense. So I just saw him now speaking on a jealous pigs, and then he just reminded me that that we were meant to be embarked on a campaign. The intention was actually to push the campaign all up to the time that the release of the guy is effected, but there's somewhat of a sense of abandonment around that particular narrative. But let me see if I can grab it here. Is it grabbable? Yes, because of course, you see the thing with Angela is that it's not just a Southeastern champion; it's a Nigerian champion, and we really have to stand by our own, because I think what do I mean? I think he has been on this platform as a guest once upon a time, and then it's even seen out streaming, and he just popped in passing to spend time with us. So is a good friend of this platform, Ge-Rarahere Speaks, and it continues to fade away in incarceration held by the evil empire that is the Nigerian state. So we have to keep the fire burning, to keep the lights on, to keep his name in play and in focus. Because of course, he has actually achieved bail, but I'm not sure if he's not been able to perfect it. So I don't quite know why he's still in incarceration. He called out a wayward pastor, and then he's now gone for it's going on 3 years now that they've been holding on to this guy, and there's no such thing as a rule of law in Nigeria. So yes, I think the video is ready now. So let me start it off then by acknowledging still that our thoughts are with Ge-Rarahere Speaks.
Don't ever risk your life for this country, Nigeria. Nigeria is not worth dying for. Nigeria does not deserve the blood of a dog, the blood of a goat, talk more of the blood of a human being. Whatever good you are doing in Nigeria, do it to satisfy your conscience and be ready for the consequence. Yes, Nigeria is the only country that punishes good people for doing good. Today, I thought about Ge-Rarahere Speaks. I don't know how many of you still remember the guy on the screen, Ge-Rarahere Speaks. As at the time Ge-Rarahere Speaks was speaking up about the destruction of Igbo land by Igbos themselves, he was more or less a lone voice in the wilderness. Everybody avoided him. Nobody wants to be seen around Ge-Rarahere Speaks, because once you begin to speak the truth in Igbo land, you become an enemy of Igbo. You become a saboteur. But he was not discouraged. He was not deterred. He continued to speak up, and speak up very loudly, standing up when everybody was seated, being a man when everybody decided to be a woman hiding in their mother's kitchen. Look at the level of carnage that happened in Igbo land, and just for an alleged defamation of character. The only person who stood on the gap when it seems like the situation was completely hopeless is being held in Nigerian prison for about 2 years now. Nigeria is such a useless country. Don't risk your life for Nigeria. Nigeria is not worth dying for. Whatever good you set out to do in this country, do it to satisfy your conscience, not for Nigeria. Nigeria will reward your good with evil.
For all of the everything that guy said, the one thing that I would endorse, I endorse everything he said, and I'm of course still on board, forever will be on board with the campaign to get Ge-Rarahere freed. But the one thing that I did say there that I want you to take away, which I certainly am taking away, Nigeria is not worth giving your life up for. It's not even worth taking a risk for. It's a God-forsaken place. We all know that. It's a godless, a hopeless, and a soulless sort of a country. Everybody just looking to exploit, everybody looking to savage and ravage. They rather step on you than help you up. Don't give up anything that you. In fact, don't give up anything at all for that country, because the consequences Ge-Rarahere Speaks. So from that sense to this guy that speaks an even equal more sense, and sensible things is always the diet of this platform. And let me play you one more clip, and then we launch into the readouts. Watch this.
If Tinubu refused to give your governor allocation for just 2 months or 1 month, what do you think it will happen? Ask yourself that question. What will happen? Your governor will not be able to pay salaries, and they will not develop. Nothing will happen. The state will stand still. And both of you on TikTok, on Facebook, will start ranting and start calling Mr. President name. But do you know that Tinubu do 8 years as a governor? 6 years. Inside these 8 years, they no pay her money. No allocation come from the federal government. Do you know? Have you ever think on how Intake survive? Have you ever think of how Intake pay state salaries and local government salaries? Have you ever think Tinubu was creating more local government? See, those that hold Lagos State allocation for 6 years, they are the one ganging up together. They think we don't know them. They think we don't know them. Tinubu rule as an opposition. See, let me tell you something. Let nothing happen to Tinubu. Let nothing happen to Tinubu. Because any president who won't do well for this Africa, they gang up against them. They fire him. They go gang up against them to make sure say they bring them down. Make nothing happen to Tinubu. All those things when they do up and down, these are protests go happen for Abuja. They say that they clash with police, they clash with army. I don't want to hear anything. No. Make una no use any style. This one go come, they go say for one something they don't buy some outside people. All those stories. See, I no want hear anything. Let nothing happen to this country. Let nothing happen to the best president in Africa. Make una know they are just trying their best. Try one way or the other to cause trouble in this country. To cause trouble because they notice that we are getting it right with Tinubu. We are getting it right. Those cartel we refuse to pay Tinubu money as a governor for 6 years. They are still the one fighting him. They was fighting him as he be the governor. They still they fight him as he be president. But let me surprise you guys. They fight him when he be governor. When power dey their hand, when they dey federal, they no succeed. He develop Lagos. When Lagos State they make chicken change, Tinubu become governor of Lagos State. With all those fights where they fight him, he make Lagos State multi-million-dollar state. Till today, Lagos State they contribute to Nigeria money 2.6 trillion. How much is your state contributing? Have you ever thought of that? How much is your state contributing? Followed by Kanu. Kanu they bring 800 million, not even close to 1 trillion. Followed by River State, that is number 2. That is number 3. Then followed by Delta State. Who they last on the button? Hope Onzodima. Waiting be their state name. Imo State. Now then they last button. They bring 60-something billion. They are taking back 40-something billion. So think. Say if federal government no contribute money together, they give you allocation. How will your state survive? That is why Tinubu introduced tax reform. So many people don't understand tax reform. They think say tax reform, now everybody go begin to pay tax. You don't increase tax, so things don't cancel. They don't know say tax reform is to return back to your state, create investment, and make money. Let your state be like Lagos State. Tinubu is not selfish. He wants the whole state to be like Lagos State. That is why he said tax reform, return back to your village. And I noticed that some governors started getting it right. You see? So I'll give them credit for that. Kogi State governor is getting it right. The governor of Niger State is getting it right. The governor of Edo State is getting it right. So any other governor, when they get it right, may not try go put on ourselves together. May not begin getting right. For your state to pay salaries even without the federal government money. Stand on your own. Tax reform. And again, for electricity, all the whole state are responsible for their electricity. If you don't get electricity for your state, my brother, hold your governor responsible. Hold your governor responsible. Ask your governor, where's our electricity? Don't be everything I'm going to cut Tenebo. They want to use politics to draw the gain down. And they cannot let nothing happen to our lovely president, the best president in Africa. I would love to play you this video about what the...
You know, by instinct, I'm a contrarian, and by the way my DNA bakes is not to like anybody. I don't like to make the effort to like people, because then when you like people, then you have to make an effort to form that association. So I like to be on the opposite of everything, but I have to say I endorse everything that guy said again, because I endorsed the first one and I endorsed this one as well. I wholeheartedly leap on board with the narrative this guy is presenting. Tinubu is on course to be the greatest black man that has ever lived, and that's just as simple as that. It's actually already the greatest, even in the 2 years. It's actually already the greatest president Nigeria has ever experienced, but is on course to be the greatest black man that has ever lived. And it will flesh out in your right in front of you. It will flesh out. But back to being objectionable and disliking everybody. So let me take a little bit of an injection to reset me. And here it is right here.
Let's go. This is wrong. I will call the government. I will call the government. Nonsense.
And there it is right there. I'm sure you all remember that. I exactly needed that. The Akurukete of Arise TV. Okete Omanye Bofoloko. So that's an Okete Omanye Bofoloko moment right there. The short little runs from Arise TV. The short little run from Arise TV to the skinny man that's been looting for quite a few years now. Supreme Court sets aside court appeal judgment recognizing Abure as Labour Party national chairman. So that is the end of Solomon Grundy as far as this guy is concerned. After the Supreme Court, it's only God that reverses decisions. So there it is right there. Fait accompli. Supreme Court sets aside Court of Appeal judgment recognizing Abure as Labour Party national chairman. So if the Supreme Court doesn't recognize him, then that is the end. The fact lady sings and the curtain falls. The Supreme Court has set aside the judgment of the Court of Appeal in Abuja, recognizing Julius Abure as the national chairman of the Labour Party. So it's as simple as that. Get out of here. I should have downloaded that get out of here clip, shouldn't I? Because I used it in the headline. So get out of here is essentially what is being said now. Enough of your nonsense, young man. Supreme Court has set aside the judgment of the Court of Appeal in Abuja, recognizing Julius Abure as the national chairman of the Labour Party. In a unanimous judgment delivered on Friday, let's do that entirely all over again. Pardon me. The Supreme Court has set aside the judgment of the Court of Appeal in Abuja, recognizing Julius Abure as the national chairman of the Labour Party. In a unanimous judgment delivered on Friday, April the 4th, a 4-member panel of the Apex Court held that the Court of Appeal lacked the jurisdiction to have pronounced Abure national chairman of the Labour Party after finding out earlier that the substance of the case was about the party's leadership. So there it is right there. It's the end of the line for this crooked man. So that's essentially what it is. But how does this impact on the trajectory of the obedience train is really what it is. All right, let's take it one more time. This time at speed. It's not a long read. The Supreme Court has set aside the judgment of the Court of Appeal recognizing Julius Abure as the national chairman of the Labour Party. In a unanimous judgment delivered on Friday, April the 4th, a 4-member panel of the Apex Court held that the Court of Appeal lacked the jurisdiction to have pronounced Abure national chairman of the Labour Party after finding out earlier that the substance of the case was about the party's leadership. The Apex Court held that the issue of leadership was an internal affair, and this is something that has always been contended. Hopefully, not this settle say that does the jurisdiction of jurisprudence. That's what I wanted to say. Does the jurisdiction of jurisprudence apply to internal party matters? But it should apply because the law should oversight everything. But they are saying now it's an internal affair. The Apex Court held that the issue of leadership was an internal affair of the party over which the court lacked jurisdiction. The court further allowed the appeal filed by Senator Nenadi Usman and one other and held that it was meritorious. It also proceeded to dismiss the cross appeal filed by the Abure group of the Labour Party for being unmeritorious. So you might want to speculate if this is a political judgment or not, and that's subjective. But then, of course, it's an affair of the Labour Party. But how does it play into the wider political space? In January 2025, the Court of Appeal in Abuja ruled that Julius Abure remains the national chairman of the Labour Party. A 3-member panel of the appellate court, in a judgment delivered by Justice Hamar Bakar, held that its judgment of November the 13th, 2024 which recognizes Abure as national chairman, subsists and has not been set aside by any court. Justice Barker made the declaration. I wonder how often the Supreme Court actually overturns a judgment by the appeal court. Because of course that's a slap down, isn't it? And they are courts of they're not equal jurisdiction, no, because of course the Supreme Court is the oversight of the whole of the Nigerian space. But you would have thought that when something gets to the appeal court, the judges there are of such seniority that often instances, more than most, if it does go to the Supreme Court, it's only really to affirm what was adjudicated at the appellate stage. Justice Barker makes the declaration whilst delivering judgment in two separate appeals filed by Senator Esther Nenadi Usman and the Caretaker Committee and the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The appellate court in the two separate appeals held that it did not delve into the issue of the leadership of the Labour Party because such issues are not justiciable. According to the appellate court, anything that is done outside of jurisdiction amounts to a nullity. Hence, the judgment of the Federal High Court delivered October the 8th, 2024 by Justice Nwati is of no effect because it was delivered without jurisdiction. So is this an affirmation or a rejection? Yes, it's a rejection of the appeal court because I was reading that, almost reading to me that it was in accordance. But then it is right there, bye-bye birdie to Abure as the chairman of the Labour Party. So bye-bye birdie to Abure as the chairman of the Labour Party. So bye-bye birdie to Abure as the how is the party responding? You can now go home and take care of yourself. Labour Party rep at 2 tells Abure. So I'm not quite sure if it's it's a divisive sort of a character. It's a polarizing sort of a character, isn't it? Abure. There are more that detest him than love him within that party, and it's just holding it with a vice grip. And they've been trying to get rid of himself for so long. I suspect that the party will be in a celebratory mood. But how does this impact on the obedience space is the wider, more important question. House of Representatives member for Enugu North South Federal Constituency, Chimaobi Atu, has commended the Supreme Court judgment on the leadership crisis of the Labour Party. Correspondents reported that the Supreme Court's 5-member panel in a ruling on Friday set aside an appeal court ruling that recognized Abure as Labour Party's national chairman. In a unanimous, I wonder if we should. I'm still trying to see. I was going to say maybe we should bring Arabambi back, but let's see if we can get our next guest first, and then we go to Arabambi later. In a unanimous judgment, the Apex Court held that the Court of Appeal lacked jurisdiction to pronounce Abure as national chairman of the Labour Party, having earlier found that the substance of the case was about the party's leadership. It further held that the issue of leadership was an internal affair of the party over which courts lack jurisdiction. The 5-man panel also dismissed the cross-appeal filed by Abure's faction of the Labour Party for being unmeritorious. Reacting to the ruling at 2, yes, the Supreme Court allowed the appeal filed by Senator Nenadi Usman and one other and held that it was meritorious. Reacting to the ruling, Atu advised Abure to go home and take care of himself while they rebuilt the party. Every challenge has an expiring date. So it should be expiry, not expiry, but you know me, I'm always finicky with language. Every challenge has an expiring date. It was our daddy, Mr. Lamidia Papa, and now our dear brother, Mr. Abure. Mr. Former Chairman, sir, you can now go home and take care of yourself. allow us to put the pieces together. The Enugu State first-time reps member wrote on his Twitter handle. So you can interpret this in many ways, but I'm interpreting this as a bid for position. So this is a first mover. This is a first mover move right here. Whoever this rep is then is either angling for a position within that party, probably the chairmanship, or certainly wanting to influence who it goes to. So bye-bye birdie to Abure. Abure, or is it? Abure is still the national chairman. This is the Labour Party. But then, of course, it cannot be the Labour Party. It will be factions within the party that is loyal to him. Maybe we will have to get Arapambi to come on. Abure is still the national chairman of the... Abure is still the national chairman. This is the Labour Party. This is a faction. The Julius Abure'S, it is in defiance of a pronouncement by the Supreme Court, by the way. That's the question. The Julius Abure'S-led faction of the Labour Party has said he remains the national chairman of the party. Correspondent reported, so we're not going to go through all of that again. In a unanimous judgment, we're not going through all of that again. It was held that the issue of we're not going through that, reacting to the ruling in a brief statement on the party's X handle, Abure-led faction's National Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party, Ge-Rarahere, wrote that the Supreme Court also struck out the caretaker committee chairman of the LP, Nenadi Usman's suit. So it doesn't really matter. That is to say, go and reset your house. It doesn't. They pick Abure house. I hope it's clear. Or otherwise they'll go just send kill and go to go and get him out of that office. He added that Abure remains the party's national chairman. Supreme Court strikes out Nenadi Abure's suit, says only political parties can determine who their leaders are. It also said that the courts should not dabble into the affairs of the political parties. Abure is still the national chairman of the Labour Party, he wrote. So I wonder, it gets more confusing than it gets clearer anyway, but the upshot of that, at least as it stands at the moment, we have to conclude then that the courts have removed Abure. So that's that. So from that to this, let me send the link. If anybody wants the conversation, we always say this. It's that button right there with the super chat. So that button right there, Ola Bosun or Shunleti, hashtag free speaks. I got that. Let me send the link. Anybody wants to come in. So that's the link right there. We go on from Abure to we go on from Abure to Natasha. Court slams heavy restrictions on Akpabio and Natasha, Senate, others. So what are those restrictions, you ask? Well, this is what they are. A federal high court in Abuja has issued an order preventing parties involved in the lawsuit filed by the suspended Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan against Senate President Godswill Akpabio and 3 others from granting press interviews concerning the case. So it's a gagging judgment, essentially. That is what it is. And I know the justice that we'll all find out in a moment is your friend and mine, certainly Nnamdi Kanu's friend. The judge now sitting on this the judge now sitting on this case is a familiar name. You know, there are actually about 3 or 4 judges that always end up with these controversial cases. There's a Justice Nwati, Nwite, and then there's this Justice also, Binta Yako, all of the controversial cases, and there's one other third one is a Southeastern judge. Those 3 names, they always pop up in all of these controversial sort of judgments. Federal High Court in Abuja has issued an order preventing parties involved in the lawsuit filed by suspended Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan against Senate President Godswill Akpabio and 3 others from granting press interviews concerning the case. So it's a gagging order, essentially, and I think it's long overdue. I think we're tired of the latest now was on channel television, and I'm sure she's already booked to order, right? So enough of the noise making from Natasha. Let the process take its course, and then at the end of the process, you can come out and make a bit more noise. A federal high court in Abuja has issued an order preventing parties involved in the lawsuit filed by suspended Senator Natasha Akpotiuduaghan against Senate President Godswill Akpabio and 3 others from granting press interviews concerning the case. Justice Binta Nyako of the Nnamdi Kanu fame, that is, Justice Binta Nyako made the ruling on Friday after Akpabio's lawyer Kehinde Ogunwumiji SAN complained that the plaintiff had been granting interviews on the matter, visiting multiple television stations, despite the case being pending in court. And by the way, because we've now established that Natasha Akpoti has no regard for authority, she will describe it as an illegal judgment, and she will continue running around making noise. So we know her format now, we know her set play. In her ruling, Justice Nyako stated that there would be no press interviews by any of the parties or their lawyers regarding the case. Additionally, she prohibited the parties and their lawyers from streaming court proceedings on social media. It's not beyond what Natasha can get up to. She will sneak in a camera and then record whatever it is and then go out and make a bit more noise. It's just a cloud chasing, fading runs girl, because of course she's now on the fast track to 50, so her days are numbered as a runs girl now. In her ruling, Justice Nyako stated that there will be no press interviews by any of the parties or their lawyers regarding the case. Additionally, she prohibited the parties and their lawyers from streaming court proceedings on social media. Recall that the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Justice John Tussauds, had recently reassigned the case filed by Senator Akpabio against Senator Akpoti against Akpabio and 3 others to Justice Nyako. So let's start. Correspondence report that the case, which was previously before Justice Obiara Ngwatu, proceeded under Justice Nyako, which the hearing held today, Friday. The suit filed by the suspended senator, and by the way, this is a justice on our own case, by the way. So this is off the back of a lawsuit that she instituted. The suit filed by the suspended senator representing Kogi Central Senatorial District challenges the Senate's investigation of alleged misconduct. It seeks to prevent the Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges, and Public Petition from continuing its disciplinary proceedings over her alleged actions during a plenary session on February the 20th. The case was earlier heard by Justice Egwatu, but he recused himself from the matter on March the 25th, 2025, after allegations of bias was raised by the Senate President, the third party. Justice Egwatu, in his withdrawal statement, noted that a litigant's belief in a judge's bias could hinder the pursuit of justice, and thus he decided to step down from the hearing. Following the withdrawal, Nyako was put in place. So you could read that to understand that Akpabio got rid of a judge that he could not influence, and put very much who Nnamdi Kanu insists is a very corrupt judge. So still with Natasha, no limits. INEC speaks on fresh recall petition against Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. So having won one victory, she's back in another battle. The chief press secretary to the chairman of the National Independence is I can't read today, you know. Hold on. Maybe I needed a bit of lubrication. The chief press secretary to the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Rotimi Oyekami, has said the Nigerian Constitution places no limit on how many times a lawmaker can be subjected to a recall process. So it's an invitation to resubmit that recall. That is how to read that. Oyekumi made the remark on Thursday while speaking on Politics Today, a program on China's television. Correspondents report that the statement comes amidst controversy surrounding the failed attempt to recall Senator Natasha Akpoti, the lawmaker representing Kogi Central. The law does not specify how many times a lawmaker can be recalled. Section 69 of the Constitution outlines the process, but does not restrict the number of attempts. Oyekumi explained. So that needs to be amended. Maybe after this whole process of Natasha, it cannot be the case that they incessantly do recall processes. If they do a recall process and it fails, then it should be time barred for a set period of time. And there should be a limitation on how many recall processes can be instituted against the parliamentarian in the course of a parliamentary year. Not a parliamentary year or a parliamentary period, which is a 4-year span. So that's that. Natasha, it never rains for a pause. That is really that. So from that today, APC speaks on replacing Shettima as Tinubu's vice in 2027. North Central push for slot. So I'm a huge Shettima fan actually. If there was anybody. If there's anybody I'd rather have in place than Tinubu, it would be Kashim Shettima. And if there's anybody that I think can do a job of equal measure, maybe even surpassing Tinubu, at least within the present crop of politicians that we have, is Shettima. But has he been an effective vice president is the question. Have we seen sufficient enough of it? We couldn't stop seeing Yemi Osinbajo under Buhari, by the way, and he was pushing hard to present himself as an alpha character. But have we seen sufficient enough? Have we had enough input from Kashim Shettima to justify his position as the vice president? APC speaks on replacing Shettima as Tinubu's vice in 2027. North Central pushes for slot. So if Shettima is removed, then they have to go to the northeast, not North Central, because North Central is essentially Kogi State, Kwara State. So it's essentially a Yoruba ticket if it goes to North Central. It isn't a really, but let's see what is offered. The ruling of Progressive Congress APC has refuted allegations suggesting a rift between President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima. The party let's try again. The ruling of Progressive Congress APC has refuted allegations suggesting a rift between President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima. The party dismissed as unfounded speculations that Tinubu might replace Shettima as his running mate in the 2027 election. So even there's no smoke without fire, by the way. So somebody has flown this kite, but is it a kite that will be allowed to fly? That's the thing. If it's going to replace Shettima, which region is it going to pick from? You know, the easy go-to is to pick a Fulani person, but that Fulani person will be his biggest undoing. So if he gets to, because I would personally like to see a Kanuri man succeed Tinubu in 2031. I would like to see a Kanuri man, but if it goes to the north, there are anything other than a Fulani, because I think with the experiences we had under Buhari, I think we have reached an autogame moment. You know, so we have reached an autogame moment. Even the Hausas have reached an autogame moment with those people. The ruling of Progressive Congress APC has refuted allegations suggesting a rift between President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima. The party dismissed as unfounded speculations that Tinubu might replace Shettima as the running mate in the 2027 election. This comes amidst growing political activity from Tinubu's loyalists and key party stakeholders who have begun mobilizing support for his potential re-election, even though the president has yet to formally declare his intention for a second term. He wanted, no, maybe he doesn't want to do it again. I mean, he must be joking. In an interview with our correspondent, the APC National Director for Publicity, Bala Ibrahim, criticized the rumors, calling them baseless and pure speculations. He emphasized that such discussions should not be taken seriously, labeling them as beer parlor talk. He further clarified, even if, for any reason, the president were to consider replacing the vice president, he cannot do so single-handedly. So that statement then opens the window of that possibility of it being possibly true. He further clarified, even if, for any reason, the president were to consider replacing the vice president, he cannot do so single-handedly. Such a decision would require extensive consultation with critical stakeholders. What electoral value does Shettima actually have? That's the question. And if he replaces Shettima with Babagana Zulum, I don't think too many people would object to that. But if he replaces Shettima with a Fulani man, it might well be a mortal mistake. Yeah, that's just what it might be. If further clarify, even if for any reason the president were to consider replacing the vice president, he cannot do so single-handedly. Such a decision would require extensive consultation with critical stakeholders. Meanwhile, political stakeholders from Nigeria's North Central region have renewed their demand for either the presidency or the vice presidency in the upcoming 2027 election. So who's there in the North Central? Tinubu Yahaya Bello. Can you imagine that ticket? Tinubu Yahaya Bello. Representatives from Plateau, Nasarawa, Benue, Niger, Kogi, and Kwara states convened in Abuja, led by Professor something or the other, to make their case. In a communique issued after the meeting, the stakeholders called on major political parties to allocate the presidential or vice presidential tickets to the region. They further suggested that, and by the way, there are lots of regions that have not yet had a turn at the presidency, by the way. We've not had an Hausa president, I don't think. Somebody can correct me in the comment section, but I have no recollection of us ever having an Hausa president. And they are the largest ethnic demographic within the Nigerian paradigm. So people claim, if anybody is claiming marginalization, what should the Hausas be claiming? In a communique issued after the meeting, the stakeholders called on major political parties to allocate the presidential or vice presidential ticket to the region. They further suggested that should APC grant President Tinubu the right of first refusal for the presidency, the vice presidency should be zoned to North Central. Professor Ngagu, supported by other regional leaders, pointed out that since Nigeria's return to democracy in 1999, North Central has yet to produce a democratically elected president or vice president. Well, I think there's been... If you discount Goodluck Jonathan, I think it's just a pass the baton between the north and the southwest, isn't it? Obasanjo to Yar'Adua, and Goodluck Jonathan is really Yar'Adua, so you can discount him. Obasanjo to Yar'Adua, Yar'Adua to Buhari back to Tinubu. So I'm not quite sure there's any room for anybody else. He also highlighted that not only North Central and the Southeast have been excluded. He also highlighted that not only North Central and the Southeast have been excluded from these top political positions in the last 26 years. So they have to politic to get it. And this is about fairness. We want to be recognized not as a mere political adjunct, but as a full stakeholder in the One North project, the professor stressed. In response to this demand, Bala Ibrahim dismissed the call for zoning the presidency or vice presidency to North Central, labeling it as unrealistic and dead on arrival. So he's still entertaining that conversation, which is to tell you that that Kasim Shettima is in a perilous position. He argued that North Central should not view the presidency or vice presidency as a right, especially given its relatively low electoral contribution compared to other northern zones like the Northwest. Ibrahim criticized previous similar demands, calling them irrational and politically divisive. They have made similar demands in the past, but these are often irrational and only serve to create unnecessary political tension. He also emphasized that the conversation around zoning should not take place whilst Tinubu is still serving his first term, stating the current occupant of the presidency must be given the chance to serve 2 terms. Conversations about zoning should only happen after that. You know, I wonder if we'll have that obligatory, it is time to jettison zoning in 2031. And then maybe Yemi Osinbajo can replace Tinubu. How about that? How about that? Yemi Osinbajo replacing Tinubu or Fashola replacing Tinubu? That'd be good for the country anyway, but I'm not quite sure that everybody will buy that. Bauchi's external debt surged to $186 million, remains 5th most indebted Nigerian state. So what exactly is going on in Bauchi that it will carry this heavy burden of debt? You know, it was the first state, by the way, to shut down schools for Ramadan. That is to tell you that there's no progressive activity going on there other than religious worship and ethnic jingoism, and all of that at a hefty price of $186 million. Bauchi's external debt surged to $186 million, remains 5th most indebted Nigerian state. On the domestic front, Bauchi's debt stood at 145.2 billion naira in September 2024, but dropped slightly by the end of the year to 143. Our correspondents review the newly released state debt portfolio has revealed that Bauchi's debt. I wonder if we can get maybe this will be part of tomorrow's session. Apparently, there's a release of states by their debt profile, which will certainly be an interesting thing to engage with. Correspondents review the newly released states debt portfolio has revealed that Bauchi's external debt grew from $185.2 million to $186.8 million. This increase comes amidst growing calls for state governments to reduce their reliance on loans as a source of revenue. On the domestic front, Bauchi's debt stood at 145.2 billion naira in September 2024. Despite, let me pick it up from here. I'm not quite sure this engages fully, but let's pick it up from here. All right, let's pick it up from this paragraph. Despite its rising debt profile, the 2025 budget approved by Bauchi State revealed some controversial allocations by the House of Assembly. A total of 132 million naira has been earmarked for the purchase of 32 chairs and 32 tables. My God. Look at they're just stealing money there. This is quite unbelievable. 132 billion naira allocated. It's been earmarked for the. If this is in the budget, and there's no reason why they should say it's in the budget when it's not, because this is verified. This is a black and white thing. 132 million naira, 132 million naira, earmarked for the purchase of 32 chairs and 32 tables, each costing 2 million naira. These are top concerns about financial mismanagement, particularly when viewed against the backdrop of the state's economic challenges. The budget also included 440 billion naira for 20 motor vehicles meant for principal officers, translating to 22 million naira per vehicle. Additionally, two 32-seater Toyota buses are expected to cost the state 180 million naira, 59 million naira for each. Another 60 million naira is allocated for 7 laptop computers, 16 million naira. You know, how much is a million naira in dollars? That should be about $700, just between $700 and $800. So they are buying laptops for, and then they are buying 7 laptops. So that's about $1,600 thereabout dollars each for a laptop, averaging 2.4 million naira per unit. In the office of the Speaker and Deputy Speaker, 10 million has been set aside for a single photocopier machine, while 132 million naira is budgeted for 6 scanners, putting the cost per scanner at 22 million naira. These allocations have drawn criticism from observers who, and by the way, this is a guy angling to be the Nigerian president, Bala Mohammed. It's unbelievable stuff. These allocations have drawn criticism from observers who argue that such expenditure are excessive, especially in light of the present developmental needs of the people of Bauchi State. In 2024 alone, the state spent 44 billion naira on debt servicing, further emphasizing the heavy financial burden loans continue to impose. So there it is. Is the Commissioner of Finance of that state not with the EFCC even for reasons of stealing? But it's unbelievable stuff. And this is a guy that will be pontificating and moralizing about the government's situation. Kevin suspends top official for claiming northern states have highest gay lesbian population. So yes, same-sex coupling is quite embedded within the traditions in the north anyway. So I'm not quite sure that it didn't even say anything controversial. We all know what they're like in the north. You know, Kebbi governor suspends top official for claiming northern states have highest gay lesbian population. The Kebbi State Governor, Nasil Idris, has suspended a senior government official, Nasiru Abubakar Kigo, for claiming that Kebbi and Sokoto states have the highest number of registered gay and lesbians. So do you have to be registered to be a gay or a lesbian? That's the thing. The indefinite suspension was confirmed on Friday by the governor's chief press secretary, Ahmed Idris. A letter from the Kebbi State head of service, Madam Shekari, stated that Kigo's comments violate civil service rules and amounts to social misconduct that tarnish the state's reputation. The statement is misleading and unacceptable in a morally decent society. The official is to remain suspended pending investigation. So clearly that's an issue there in that state. Maybe not an issue, but a thing, you know. Kigo, a permanent secretary and Islamic cleric, made the remark during a Ramadan seminar at Adu Aliero Housing Estate burning Kebbi. The state government has since distanced itself from its claims, calling them fictitious and baseless. So there it is right there. They're a bit funky in the north in so many ways. A bit funky in the north. A bit funky in the north. Our court restrained Natasha Akpabio from speaking to the media. So we've already been through that. NNPC releases new petrol price list for Lagos, Abuja, other states. So I wonder if this is just a guideline, because I don't think anybody, the pricing is skittish, even from different petrol stations along the same street. So I didn't know that NNPC was the one setting petrol prices. NNPC releases new petrol price list for Lagos, Abuja, other states. So why specifically those states? After a long delay, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has increased the pump price to 925 naira per liter at its retail stations in Lagos and 950 naira in Abuja. The new prices became effective April the 2nd, which will be 3 days ago, representing an increase of 65 naira from 860 per liter in Lagos and an increase of 70 naira in Abuja. I think it's the vagaries of the market, isn't it? It's the vagaries of the market. I think everybody should know that by now. Analyst explains NNPC's new fuel prices. Correspondents earlier reported that MRS and other independent petrol dealers had already hiked their petrol price to 930 per liter in Lagos, 960 in the north. Pardon me. Energy policy analysts have explained that the increase was connected to the Dangote refinery's halt in selling petrol in naira to the marketers. However, others believe that Dangote is not selling petrol to NNPC easy. So quite why? What does that mean? Dangote is not selling to NNPC. So NNPC can retain how they price from their own refineries. However, others believe that the new fuel price in Nigeria was due to the rising cost of crude oil in the international market. All right. A previous report disclosed that the price of crude rose to $73.73 last week amidst President Donald Trump's call for the OPEC countries to raise prices and cut production. Adiola Yusuf, team leader, blah, blah, blah. Crude prices are rising due to several factors, such as the tension in the Middle East, the U.S. call for more sanctions on Iran, sanctions against Russia, and other variables, it was explained. Petroleum product prices are highly susceptible to crude price fluctuations in the international market. However, Nigerians would have been spared a little if the naira for crude deal between the NNPC and the domestic refinery continue. So they have a new chairman at the NNPC now. Some Ojulari is the Yoruba guy. So we see what he makes then of the Dangote deal. All right. So that's the ever-changing price of petrol in Nigeria. Our federal government finds final solution to exchange rate concerns, announced important partnership. So I've read that earlier. It doesn't really offer much. Is that it? I think that maybe it. Is there one more? All right. Let me just bring you this one as I send the link again to see if anybody wants to come in. No one in the studio at the moment, so if you watch the conversation, hop on. Nigerian High Court jails man over non-declaration of $40,000 cash at Lagos Airport. So is that so? I'm never really sure. The sentencing, the judiciary space in Nigeria is excessively brutish. You know, confiscating the money would have been sufficient. So why jail in unless there's a criminal element to it? Following is let's see. Following his arrest, Emeka was handed over to the Lagos Zonal Directorate of one of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission for further investigation and prosecution. Justice Abure'S of the Federal High Court in Ikoyi, Lagos, has convicted and sentenced the man, Igweze Emeka, to 1 month imprisonment for money laundering. Okay, so there's a criminal element to it. Emeka was arrested February 12, 2025 at the Muritala International Airport in Ikeja by operatives of the Nigerian Custom for failing to declare $40,000. Following his arrest, Emeka was handed over to the Lagos Zonal Directorate 1 of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) for further investigation and prosecution. Consequently, Emeka was arraigned on a 1-count charge bordering on money laundering and found guilty. Justice Owoeye sentenced him to 1 month imprisonment. I don't know what that means. So that means nothing. So let me give you this one actually. Nigeria's external debt profile. So this charts the history of the country's debt profile over the years. So in 2025, this is Nigeria's external debt profile. So in 2025, 20 million thereabouts. 2025, in 2005, 20 million. So that will be the beginnings of the second term of Obasanjo. In 2027 June, $3.3 thousand. So that is Obasanjo then clearing that debt to then hand over the administration to Yar'Adua. So in December, Yar'Adua starts to build it up, 3.65. So the Abdulsalam Abubakar handed over a $20.48 billion debt to Obasanjo, essentially. Although this is in 2005, we're picking the figures up from 2005. 2007, $3.35 billion. So this will now be the beginnings of the Yar'Adua administration. 2010, $4.58 billion. So who was there in 2010? That would be Goodluck Jonathan, who swiftly adds $1 billion on it, and it continues in that vein all the way through. 2011, $5.67 billion. So that's still Goodluck Jonathan. And December 2014, $9.7 billion. So in the space of 3 years, is added about $4 billion. In 2015, $10.32 billion. Still 2015, $10.72 billion. 2022, $41.69 billion. So 2015, 16, 17, 18, it was 2015 that Buhari came in, wasn't it? So when Buhari came in, he came into a $10 billion debt. And by 2023, when he left with a $43.116 billion debt. So he added on $33 billion to the country's debt profile, all within the space of 8 years. But are we saying commensurate? Because we talk about this debt has then been commensurate in terms of infrastructural achievements to justify the debt profile. So that's always the question. So that's the debt history then. That's the debt history then of Nigeria. Just over what time span actually? From 2005 to 2020. From 2005 to 2020. That's over the period of 20 years. You know, that's not awful actually. That we cannot say that's terrible for a country the size of Nigeria to carry a burden of debt over 20 years to accumulate debt over 20 years of $20 billion. I don't think that's obscene. No, or it's just that the debt itself is not obscene, but they're not commensurate enough. Is there even commensurate enough to justify it? You know, because for that we got a real service from Lagos to Ibadan. What was it? Kaduna, Abuja. Is it Kaduna, Abuja? We got that. We got the second Nigeria bridge. We got the Lagos Ibadan Expressway. We got a lot. So I'm not quite sure that we can just wrap it up under stealing and looting. So that's that. Is there anything else? You know, there's nothing really sexy in the news today. That's why I'm bringing you storylines of them all being gay in Kebbi State and some rats are being caught with $40,000. Let's see. Is there anything else? Is there anything that is titillacious? Is that such a word? Did I just make that up? Is there anything else that tickles? So the big ticket storylines really is the gagging order from the court against Natasha Akpabio and others against that storyline, and then of course Julius Abure'S being kicked out as the chairman of the Labour Party, and how that impacts on Peter Obi. It's really where the conversation is, because if you remove Peter Obi, then you wouldn't even get a mention. So that's the offering. Let me play you the clips that we do have. So let's pick up from here.
We're not going to stop telling ourselves the truth as Northerners, whether you like it or not, whether it hurts or it doesn't. But we're just going to have no option than to tell ourselves the truth. The fact is, your ideology, our ideologies and concept as Northerners is retrogressive in nature. It's anti-developmental in nature. It's holding the country back in so many ways. Let's be factual with this. Let's look at it. When the headers started making all this havoc on communities, people advocated for the anti-open grazing bill. Who were the front runners in regards ensuring that this bill doesn't come through? The Northerners. They kicked against it seriously, that at the end of the day it could not scale through. And here do we have a situation now where the Fulanis have migrated from making havoc on the north to the other parts of the country. And funny enough, you went against this bill, but when Fulanis are now committing this havoc on people, you tend to dissociate yourself. You say that it's not a northern thing, it's a Fulani thing. Nobody can tell me that. It's a northern thing, it's a northern ideology. So let's not distinguish between the tribes, because the last time I checked, the Northerners were the strong advocates. Majority of the Northerners opposed the bill. And look at what open grazing is doing to us. How long are we going to go this way? Again, look at what happened in regards to the closure of school during Ramadan. A lot of people, reasonable Nigerians, came out to say that this is wrong. This is anti-developmental. It doesn't stop you from doing your religion. It doesn't stop you from being who you are. But what did the North do? A quite majority were celebrating and were saying this is a good thing. This is a very big progress for the propagation of the gospel of God. And look at where we are now. So how are you going to tell me that the Northerners are not hypocritical in nature? And let's face it, this is what the politicians do. And who are their disciples? Their disciples are the common Northerners, the majority that are poor. The second point is the fact that when there was a bill in regards birth regulation, what happened? Who were the front runners in ensuring that that bill doesn't come through? It was still the North. I remember a senator coming to the Senate House with 5 or 6 of his wives, trying to convince people how he is happily married and is responsible. But let's face it, Oga. If you are capable, you have the capacity to marry 5 wives and have many children as much as you want. What now happens to your brothers, those that doesn't have the capacity and are marrying so many women and are giving birth to so many children that they can't control? Is it the same thing? How long are we going to continue this as Northerners? It's so appalling. Until you wake up, you will always be considered inferior to any other region. And the fact is, don't expect that no matter the agitation, no matter your grievances, this will bring it to a standstill. It's still going to continue till you change your mentality, till you change your orientations, till the common man in the north starts challenging these allies that have hold you at ransom. How many of the allies do you have their children in Almajiri schools? Why should you open Almajiri schools and send children to Malams that doesn't even have the capacity to feed his own family? And you tell me that this is not a northern agenda, and you tell me the problem of the north is not itself. The problem is we. We are the problem. Until we wake up, nothing is going to change. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Who were as well the major advocates of the Muslim ticket? The north. The north. And where has it brought us? Look at where it has brought us. And I'm telling you wholeheartedly that that concept has not yet changed. It's still in the minds of the Lord. They're still waiting for the next election. During the Muslim tickets, a lot of imams were preaching with video evidence. Even some top politicians, top northern politicians, preaching, telling them on the need for us to, for the North to have a Muslim ticket that will promote the establishment of the kingdom of God. Indeed, the kingdom of God is established. You are all welcome to the kingdom of God.
So that's it right there. We spiked quietly, but are we beginning to see the green shoots of an awakening in the north? Are we beginning to see the green shoots of an awakening in the north? Let's go to the next clip.
A few weeks ago, a lady reached out to me, telling me that she needed this, she needed that, telling me how she and her children had been starving and needed money for food, telling me how her children were sent out of school because of one payment or the other. I was touched by her story and decided to help her even though I did not have much. I reached out to my son and explained the situation to him. He said he doesn't have much but can help with half of the money the lady called. My son sent me the money. I thanked him and forwarded to the lady, together with the receipts and words of encouragement. This lady saw the money, the receipts, and words of encouragement, and chose not to say anything, not even the least thank you. 2 days later, I sent her a text asking her if she saw what I sent her. She viewed the message and replied, sin, just sin. I was shocked because it was not the same attitude she approached me with. I was wondering if the money I sent her was small, but then again, I decided to keep quiet and let it go. Unfortunately for her, some weeks later, she came back again to my DM, apologizing for not appreciating me for helping her, backed up with all manner of lies and excuses. I told her it was okay, that I was not expecting anything from her. So the next day, she came back to my DM, telling me how difficult things are for her and her kid, and how they took ill, and what the hospital is demanding. I knew she came back apologizing, not because she felt bad, or all of a sudden felt a sense of gratitude. There is this popular Igbo saying, Akufeta odalagene, odalawo. Akufeta odalagene, odalawo. She must have looked left and right, and there's nobody to help. And that was why she came back apologizing. Agaracha must come back. There is something most of us don't know about gratitude. Expressing thanks or gratitude to others can strengthen relationships. People feel more valued or appreciated when their efforts are acknowledged, which encourages positive interaction and bond. Always learn to appreciate the cause you know.
It's a complex one, actually. I didn't even know the content of that like I did. It's a I've always been a bit conflicted about what that guy said. If you do good with the expectation of a thank you, then have you done a selfless thing? Or are you looking for the gratification, the adrenaline rush of that thank you? So if you do good, with the expectation of somebody thanking you, then really is it a selfless act or a selfish act? That's the question. Let's go to the state.
Justice has to be seen to have been done in this country. The North just finished 8 years under Buhari, and now the South has the presidency. Do you want me to support another Northerner to take over from Tinubu after 4? Even if it's not going to be Tinubu, let the presidency remain in the South for the next 4 years, making it 8. The South did justice during Obasanjo when he brought Yar'Adua, a Northerner, to succeed him. It was by divine design. It was Yar'Adua's time to go, and he died. It wasn't the fault of the South that Yar'Adua died. And the Constitution says, if you are president and you die, or by whichever, or you resign, whichever circumstance, your vice should take over. And that's why Jonathan took over. So the argument by Alhaji Atiku Abubakar that the North has done only 11 years, so if Tinubu or whoever in the South continues after 4 years, the North would have been cheated. I don't agree with that. Look at the time of the military. Who was in charge? For so many years, the North was in charge, but the South did not break away. So we should stop fanning the embers of discord in this country. Nigerians are not so much keen about where the person who is leading them, where he is from. Nigerians want to see improved conditions of living. If you provide them with what they need.
So there it is right there. Atiku still up to his old tricks. He's throwing everything at it, the last roll of the dice. He always go to that space anyway, ethnic politics, ethnicity and religion. So those are the two talking traits of Atiku Abubakar. Let's go on from there from that to this. This is a narrative of just how Tinubu is performing.
We do it all over the world. Any airport, we do it. Look at my Nigeria. We are now slotting in. Nigeria, we hail thee. Nigeria is trying. Tinubu is doing very well. Wow, Tinubu. Okay, your flight is waiting. Okay, go. Go and slot it in. Tinubu, thank you. Okay, slot it in. Okay. Tinubu and Keyamu, thank you. Exactly. Slot it in. Which one do I slot it? Your body parts. Okay. Tinubu, thank you. You've done well. I'm going to post this one. Tinubu, thank you. Do what you want to do. I love you. See, Tinubu, thank you. Tinubu, thank you. Okay, dear. I'll see you here. Okay. Bye. Bye. Tinubu, you've done this one. Thank you very much. We are very grateful. Nigeria is changing. Wow, this airport is fine. Very fine. That's our airport. Very fine. Fine airport. Tinubu, thank you. Thank you. Tinubu is trying. Yes. That's what we're saying. If they do well, we'll talk. It's fine.
So there it is right there. Tinubu, thank you. Tinubu, thank you. You've heard the phrase, the hand of Esau, the voice of Jacob. So there you have it, the voice of an obedience, the praising of Tinubu, because of course that guy sounds Southeastern from his accent, of course. So the voice of an obedience, the praising of Tinubu, is the tide starting to turn? That's the question. But for every yin, there's always a yang. For every yin, there's always a yang. So here is the yang to that yin. Watch this. So now, if you've ever heard the phrase, the different shades of wrong, that epitomizes it right there. all of the shades of wrong, all encapsulated in that little vignette right there. All of the shades of wrong. So I'm going to play it again, but let me explain to you then, so that you see it just from this particular prism. So already, we have bad roads which tips over all these trucks. Then we have all of these trucks that are not fit for purpose on our roads. Then we have, even more egregiously, trucks that are not fit for purpose, transporting highly flammable things like petrol and constantly overturning. So we have that. So we have then these trucks overturning, and as soon as they overturn, the people then running the risk of being burnt alive to go and scoop up petrol. We have that as well. But in this particular piece, the cherry on the piece, the cherry on the cake, is the authorities that are meant to be stopping people from carrying out, one, that act of theft, and secondly, that act of self-endangerment. The people that are meant to be stopping all this, they are the frontal participants. The first person to turn up, the first people to turn up at the scooping of petrol from that overturned petrol tanker was the police. Watch again. And there it is right there. Nigeria will hail thee. So now you've heard about love. You've heard about love for sale, but have you heard about citizenship for sale? So love for sale, citizenship for sale. Do you want to be an American? This is what it will cost you. Watch this.
$5 million. For $5 million, this could be yours. That was the first of the cards. And then, you know what that card is? Gold card. It's the gold card. The Trump card, gold card.
Who's the first buyer?
Me.
Who's the second?
I don't know, but I'm the first buyer. It'll be out in about less than 2 weeks, probably. Pretty exciting, right?
So that's the cost of American, not quite citizenship, but permanent residency. So Donald Trump now auctioning permanent residency in America for $5 million. So if you want to live in America without molestation, the paltry sum of $5 million. So the Kegites, and then we see what happens next.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, only water, where they see my Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Oro keke. Ide shodi akekere elemu re o. Oro keke. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Oro keke. Chifu Wailati kekere elemu re o. Oro keke. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele elemu dode. Eruku lele egbe elemu dode o jare o. Eruku Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And then it's right there. Death have nothing to do with us. To the rescue, as often the instance, is Baba. So is that Baba and I the sector? So Baba, good to have you. Just the two of us, as the song says.
Just the two of us. Yeah, woman, how you doing? A very fine evening to you. Okay, no co-panelists. Please hurry up and come join me. Commentariats, I salute you. Welcome back. We're still expecting. Yeah, Ayo is there. The policeman of the commentariats. I salute you, Ayo, and commend the services you've been doing there, the good work. So I expect Oga to join you so we can have some vivacity to that side. And our esteemed viewers, have you click the like button? And whilst at it, don't forget to subscribe and share also. And to the eavesdropper, please repent. I rest that in your conscience. Yes, one man. The topic of the day, I think, well, not much, but
it's only two
I just want to speak generally to what happened yesterday. Which I would have extended it, but for the cacophonous voices, it would just become too rowdy if I try to force myself into the discussion. And it's about Ekene. And I know he's listening, and I'll welcome him. I'm being pointed and deliberate, so he can come on board if indeed he's listening. And because I'm happy that somebody called him out yesterday with this rice issue, even though he ended up telling us, oh, it's the high grade quality. You see, life is by choice. And what happens in the West is a question of having alternative. If you can, even in life generally, if you can't buy a Gucci shoe, go buy an Abba shoe. Shoe na shoe. So if you eat a rosso, that's not the standard for the country. If it costs 86,000, thank God you can eat long grain, parboil, anything. I'm happy for you. But don't grudge those people who will buy the 40,000 bag per rice and wash it properly and eat it. And that's the standard they have. Because yesterday, he repeated something twice. If you are listening, come on board. That's why I wanted to, but the noise was just too much. He talked about this Mozambique friend of his or brother of his. He repeated it yesterday again about how the person have 3 years meat in the freezer. Who does that? In Mozambique, they don't have electricity all the time. It's just only 40% electricity they have in Mozambique. And the national coverage is even below 70%. And the ones they could provide, the much they could provide for the country, even, is subsidized. The government owns the electricity corporation, and they are running at a loss because they are subsidizing it, and they are bleeding badly. And they are looking for investors to come and resuscitate it for them. Of course, they have to pay more. So why do you come here and give us stories that are not true? I'm encouraged by the guy who came up yesterday to show receipt of his rice. That is why I'm trying to call him out today. I thought he would be here, and I will welcome him to be here. I've always said on this platform, it's a factful platform. It's not where you can just come and think you can romance untruths and maybe spruce propaganda all over the place. No. Nobody is going to accept that. When it comes to living in Africa, I've always told people, wherever you have friends, be it Senegal, be it Botswana, beat anybody, just make a phone call, make an effort, send a text. How much does a 33 liters or 32 liters CL Coke bottle cost? How much do you buy peak milk, standard peak milk tin? How much do you buy a crate of egg? A Titus sardine each, how much do you buy? A 2-bedroom flat, what does it cost? And you will find out that Nigeria is still the cheapest. Nigeria is still the cheapest. Most of these countries, they still earn less than $45 a month. Even if you calculate and say, oh, it's $45. This platform, as I know it, why I joined it, is because they have zero tolerance for things that are not true. For things that are not true. So let me leave it at that. So I have my facts in place. The country is not doing well. It's not there yet, but we are moving somewhere. If this is about their candidates, well, I'm surprised. I won't be surprised anyway, because 2 days ago, 3 days ago, he was on a rise and he was full of lie, fake statistics. Prominent out of which he said, oh, Bangladesh, a country less than the size of Nigeria, they produce rice.
But there's a lot of heavy backlash against that his appearance on the right TV. Surprisingly so.
No, they pushed him there. Say, go and lend your voice to the voices of Atiku and all the rest. Put yourself forward as the best amongst the opposition candidates. Okay, Bangladesh produced 60 million tons of rice every year. Pure lie. Bangladesh, the highest production. Constantly, what they have is 37. But of late, they've pushed it up to 39 million tons of rice. They've never produced 50, not to even talk about 60. And he said it smoothly, as if nothing is happening, among several lies. Among several lies. And that's the person that they want to rule Nigeria. Everything he said on that platform was, wishy-washy. For those who are discerning, 3 candidates stood out in that last election: Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu. Go, I've always referred over the years, go to the SMG destiny. It's on YouTube. 1 hour each for each of the candidates. Compare and contrast. Compare and contrast. All we hear from that one is the disgusting thing he said, even most disgusting, was that, well, I'm a trader. You can teach me. I will have people backing me and things like that. We don't want traders to rule us. We want technocrats. We want people who know. Because the blind cannot lead the blind. So let me quickly go to what is happening that you've not picked up, or maybe one of the days I was not here. You know, Lagos State put in a bill that has passed second reading in the Senate to convert the 37 LCDAs in Lagos to local government proper. And if that bill passes through, Lagos will now have officially 57 local LGAs. And I start to ask myself, what happens to other states? What will they do? Those that have LCDAs, just like Lagos, who imitated Tinubu during his Guba time in Lagos. I don't know what will happen in that respect, because part of the sharing formula for the local government from FALC, it's about the number of local governments you have. Deservedly, anyway, Lagos deserve it, because Lagos State today is host to 11% of Nigeria's population. 11% of, on a small size of 3,000 square kilometers. 6 Lagos. If I don't want to say 6 Lagoses, 6 Lagos can fit into Niger State. That's how small Lagos is. 6 Lagos, you can pack 6 Lagos into Niger State. And what's the population of Niger State? What's the population of Niger State? So Lagos deserve it. And I keep on thanking God, because I remember while been some years, I think in the 8th assembly, yeah, I think it's the 7th or 8th assembly, when Saraki reigned supreme. That was one of the reasons Dino Melaye was going to strip Oluremi Tinubu naked in the house, was because she put up a bill asking for a special status for Lagos, so they can get us some extra funds to cope with the influx of the other people pouring into that state. And they turned it down, even though I was angry then. But to look at it with benefit of hindsight, I'm happy that that bill did not pass through, but because I imagine what they will have been saying today, that we are paying you to stay in your state and things like that. But that's not the case. That is not the case. Lagos has managed to survive. Every day, there are about 5,000 to 6,000 fresh people that come pour into Lagos. Every day. Every blessed day. The population keeps increasing. Countries like Ghana, Mozambique, and all the rest, they are just between 30 and 33 million in population. Lagos is inching towards 27 million in that small space. And I just pray that once Lagos could clear this Obasa issue, then they can start legislating properly and putting local laws in place, state laws in place, to legislate against this kind of influx and things like that, and regulate against it, or build estates beyond Alagbado area in the Ogun State axis, so that people can push back out of the main central part of Lagos and the mainland of Lagos, because Lagos is becoming very choked. We need room for development. We need space for development. 3 days ago, with the Independence Bridge and everything, despite the fact they were given ample notification, please avoid this place, take alternative transport. I had everything on the net where they are talking and huffing and puffing and beefing and sneezing against Lagos. Say?
They've reopened it, the Independent Bridge.
Yeah, I don't know why Umahi did that anyway. But if anything happens to anybody in that place, then on the head of Umahi it will rest. On the head of Umahi it will rest. You don't have to listen to people. You don't have to bow to pressure, because you are repairing a bridge. You are not there putting canopy and throwing parties. It's for the safety of everybody. The bridge, the integrity of the bridge is highly suspect. Both invisible part of it inside the water and even the surface. And you went and opened it today because of the pressure. Who doesn't want to do it? Sit in your house, work remotely, get out of the state. Go to your state. If I don't like this state I am in, where I am today, I'll relocate. People do relocate just because of rent, just because of cost of grocery or cost of petrol. People relocate here. Do the same. Do yourself a favor and leave. You stay in your cubicle of a station and you'll be hopping and puffing and talking about the incompetence of this, incompetence of that. My friend, go home your weekend. If you find your place tolerable, please stay there. We have development to do. That we are tied together at the hip as a nation doesn't mean you should come and do anything anyhow, anywhere. How much do you pay for ground rent, which we call call tenement rate? You put up a building maybe worth 100 million, and every year you pay less than 500,000, and you think you are doing the state a favor, or that you trade. That is why the state is making money. No, the state doesn't make a dime from you. It's the corporate taxes that are sustaining the states. How much do Nigerians pay anyway? We have the lowest rate in the world, tax to GDP ratio. Which just about, they've tried to upgrade it from 8% to now 11% level. So I wonder when people would come and sit and start to pontificate because they want to repair a bridge, which is for the safety of everyone. Which is for the safety of everyone. I don't know. The thing is, if they are pained for 2027, it's not anybody's fault that the opposition is competent. There's nobody showing their chest in that. And I like the judgment that removed Abure today. It has further entrapped Obi. Because the easy excuse you will have used before was that there is problem in this thing, so you can go form easy alliance with other parties and trump it. No, but there's no trouble in LP anymore. The Nenadi suit in Supreme Court has settled that. So he has to sit down on his ass now and organize a party properly. He has a movement called Obedience. He should manage them and do the work that requires to be a leader in a political party. So it is very simple. He cannot more hide under the wrapper of his wife or under the armpit of obedience. He has to put in the work, put in the sweat. So let's go to the Abure issue properly, which I've just touched. I think we will need a Rabambi here to clarify, because I think he went on a platform. I think I just read something in one of the internet this thing, that Rabambi's interpretation is that no, Abure has not been kicked out. What the Supreme Court says is that what is happening there is party internal affair. So good a thing, that means the Supreme Court has left them to their own devices. So Abure is still their leader. That's what Rabambi's interpretation is. But I'm not a lawyer. I wish Ogbeni were here, or if he has seen that judgment, maybe he can come and tell us his own interpretation. So that is
but what was the basis of the lawsuit? The basis of the lawsuit was that he cannot continue to parade himself as the leader of the party, and the appeal court said he can, and the Supreme Court said they have no jurisdiction to say so. So he reverts back to the position that he cannot parade himself.
Yeah, but they are putting the kind of spin on it, all parties, and let's see. It's going to be an interesting time, because Obi is trapped there now. Ninadi, he appointed Ninadi there. Ninadi, or what? How do you call that lady? So he is going to be forced now to. He owns the party now. He is the leader of the party. So let him now sit and organize something for the first time. That's his interview, buried him more. Buried him more. I could see Anyogolu Charles struggling to put him aright, to let him walk the narrow path. But he just couldn't. He's not built to stay on topic. He was just flying here, there, and yonder, and scattering the whole place with fake statistics and things that will never work. It didn't work in Anambra for him. How can it work in the national space?
Are you hopeful for a national? In fact, if I take it to that one, does the situation now, does he hold Obi in that space for longer than he may want to be in the Labour Party? Because of course the window opens now for him to get hold of that party and recalibrate it. So does this judgment how does it play for Obi, this judgment? What's your interpretation of how it impacts on Obi? And by the way, Isaac joins us as well. So Isaac, feel free. It's not three of us, but yeah, bye-bye.
Yeah, I think it's a trap for him. He doesn't have any excuse now to dump LP. So he has a platform of his own now, assumedly. So will he now take his own platform with the obedient movement and say he wants to go and be VP to somebody, to El Rufai or to Atiku? That would be interesting. That's going to be interesting. And of course, the Labour Party is here and now factionalized, because the Abure, Arabambi, Akpakpa, they have their own now, standing alone. And don't forget, the LP, the Nigerian Labour Congress, they have a stake in the Labour Party too. And there is the OB factor, and with the obedience. So who is going to align with you amongst the three? NLC, OB, the Arabambi, Abure. So he has his work cut out for him. No escape route anymore. Abure has always been his excuse. So Abure is out of the way now. So let him sit down. He framed the he framed the Nenadi committee there. So they've succeeded and worked now. So they are into the heart of the Labour Party. So let them take it there from, and let's see how they will succeed with that.
All right, let me take you to this space, Baba, because pardon me. Let me take you to this space. I was having the thought actually when I was watching the OB clip a couple of days ago. Are you hopeful for a presidential debate for 2027? And if we do have a presidential debate, and we still have the three protagonists in play, Atiku, Peter Obi, and of course Tinubu, how do you think that will pan out? A presidential debate and a 1 hour, 1.5 hours slug it out between the three protagonists. How do you think that will how would that play out?
I believe it will still be the same format the summit group, the Nigerian summit group formatted the last time. It's not going to be like the US one where the three of them will be on a podium and then they will be asking them questions. It's going to be one separately, one separately, one separately. And I like it that way because nobody is going to heckle you. People will be able to concentrate exactly what you are saying and put pen to paper and hold your feet to fire.
Sorry, Baba. Yeah, it's almost likely going to be how you are describing. But I was just inviting, let's speculate to if it was that American format, no room to run, man on man, three of you on a panel, slug it out. Who comes out on top? What's the hierarchy of that sort of?
Well, Tinubu is not a good debater. He's slow of speech. Obi talks rubbish most of the time. You can hardly hear him. And Atiku is slow. Atiku is slow.
Atiku has a very sharp wit, though. I think Atiku will slaughter the two of them.
No, I don't think so. If you watch Atiku, it's just about posturing. You understand? And he has this air of arrogance around him. He thinks he's talking substance while he's talking rubbish.
Yeah, but he speaks better English than the two of them, though. Atiku.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Baba.
Yeah, Isaac. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Welcome.
I'm not going to stay long. I'll be at the back end.
No, please stay long. I don't like being alone.
No, okay. See, something I want to say. You just said something about the last question he asked you, the debate. You know, this is not a secondary school debate, that you come and panel of judges go debate, blah blah blah, and then you. No, it's not a secondary school debate. Come, this is presidential debate. First of all, the thing that wins a debate in a presidential debate is the what do you call it? The personality. When a personality is sitting down before you, even though he's slow in speech, you got to listen to him. So that's what wins a debate in a presidential debate.
But the time is limited. When they give you just 3 minutes, and you are we are mothers of the same father in the same compound, and by the time you put up one thought together, time has gone, and they ring the bell.
Even if it's just one word you are able to say, what I'm trying to say is this. Baba, I'm afraid, for real. My fear, if you ask me my fear, when Tinubu finishes his term, the 8 years term, I don't know the person, the caliber of person that will be able to sustain the momentum. That's my fear. Because
No, I don't fear about that, Isaac, because I think he will carefully choose his successor. And I think Shetima is not going anywhere. He's the Khalifa. Despite anything anybody can tell me, he's being groomed. And of course, Tinubu wants to scatter that Northwest hold grip on power. Shetima is from Northeast. He's not Fulani. So I think he will want to give that power to the Northeast, if only to rub the noses of the Fulanis in dust. That's what I think, Isaac. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not afraid
and One
of.
Piece, welcome. Please join, make it interactive.
I'm not afraid of 2027 going forward to 2021.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Is the legacy.
I know that from 2000 and after the swearing in of Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2027, I know that he's going to touch the north. I know that's going to be his primary assignment, touching the north, reorganizing the northern part of Nigeria. I know that is his second term agenda. I'm not afraid of that. I'm not. It's just when he finishes in 2000 and is it 31 now? That's where that's where I'm afraid. Like you just said, you said he's going to make sure he picks the very person. So I'm cool with
VP,
that.
yeah, the VP now.
Yeah.
I think he's being groomed.
I'm cool with that.
Nigerian politicians.
Secondly, I want to say thank you very much. Special thanks to you and some other individuals that are not here for now, for keeping this platform, for you guys helping us out. Those of us that are not really, vast in that sense, keeping us alive, giving us hope. Somebody told me today that Fubara, the agreement between Fubara and Wike is that Fubara must submit 40 billion naira every month to him. That's their bone of contention. Is that true?
Wow.
No, that's a Rotimi Amechi narrative. It's Rotimi Amechi that is promoting that storyline.
40
and
billion.
How much do they get every month from FAC when he will now demand for 40 billion every month?
So you can see the narrative. You can see. Somebody told me, like they were like 3 of them, told me today.
No, this is the thing they put out, Isaac, because they just know that they will just run with it without thinking. They will just run with it because that's what they want to hear and that's what they will be talking about. And they are moment by moment people. If something happens in the morning, it becomes a frenzy.
Baba,
yeah.
Let me just drop my last point. And secondly, and I was telling them, I said, you see this incident that happened in what do you call it? My place.
Uromi.
The one that just happened is Uromi. Yeah. What happened at Uromi presently? I was not saying, you see, the governor of Edo State went to Kano, the Kano of Kaduna, where the hunters came from.
Kano.
Yeah, Kano, to visit the governor, visit the families, and then pledged to what do you call it? To the families to settle them, the compensation. Yeah, to compensate them and all that. And then the awareness right now that we are getting from the northern side of Nigeria, I was just like trying to make them understand that things are gradually changing, because then you would have been seeing retaliations by now from the Fulanis. And I now said, I believe they are afraid right now, because now their legs are, they are standing with just one leg, and they are so afraid right now to take any action, because they don't even know what is going to happen. So let me just land it. Then the person, I said, things are getting fine. I said the Edo State governor, just at the moment, what he did is to how do you people put it, to put a pace, like this is what should be, this is what it should be. If something of such happen, you as the governor of that state, you need to move fast to make sure there is peace everywhere. Then the person was telling me, what about what they did last month? What about what they did last 2 months? You know, I told them, I'm not looking backward, I'm looking forward. Right now, what we will see tomorrow, if it's getting better, that's what I want to discuss. On this platform, let's begin to discuss things that should happen tomorrow, not what has passed. A lot of people come here, they don't even want us to move forward. Even when we try to move forward, they want to take us backward. Things will be happening, instead of us to encourage it, instead of us to say, okay, this is a good step, they'll say, nah, it's going to fail because it failed yesterday. So please, let's stop that. Thank you, one man, for the platform. Thank you, everyone that is here. I give you all kudos. For some people, not for all other people. Those people who want to take these kudos, they should always, stand as men, as patriotic, and speak truth to power, and let their voice be of great contribution to the people of Nigeria, not coming here to destroy and to destroy and to destroy. Thank you very much, Mama. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac.
A quick question for you, Isaac. What happened in Uromi? Do you think that could have happened under Buhari?
What happened?
Do you think those people would have had the courage to do that under Buhari?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
You think so?
Yeah, but the only difference is that if they had done that under Buhari, it would have been over militarized. But thank God for the way our dear president, stepped in, and also thank God for the governor of the state, how he also played his part, and we thank God for the way things are going.
You see, Isaac, I don't think the people of Uromi, I don't think they would have had the courage to do it under Buhari, because they know that if they did it under Buhari, they would have suffered the heavy price twice. The Northerners, the Fulani, would have been very swift to assert revenge, and then Buhari would have sent in even the state to go and punish them even further, because the Buhari is genderized that sort of behavior. I don't think that everyone was in fear of those people under Buhari now, because you knew that they had the lay of the land and you couldn't fight back against them. It didn't leave the window for you to self-defense against people, Buhari.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. And finally, I think we should all also join our voices together to speak encouragement to the two set of people that are in the northern region, the Hausas and the Fulani. Let's speak louder to the Hausas to take stand, in their decisions. I think the major problem we have for insecurity and some other dubious attitude in our country actually is the Fulanis are rated to be the first, the number one. So if we can also encourage the Hausas to get my prayer is if it is possible for Tinubu by the second term to end the caliphate in the north, there will not be emir in the north, and there will not be nothing of such. The Sanusis, they should all go home and sleep. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. And also, quick one. This Shettima situation. There are speculations. In fact, they are starting to spread the rumors that it's going to be replaced, which is to tell you then that people see him as a weakness within that ticket, and they want to take his slot. Do you think Tinubu will be mistaken to replace Shettima, or do you think Shettima is not really serving that much of a purpose within the administration?
Yeah,
Larry, over to you, Larry.
I agree with Baba when Baba said that he's preparing Shettima for a mission, and I believe the signal is already in the air. They're already getting it, so that's why they have to come up with a lot of propaganda on him. Will come up towards the election and after the election and on. It will come just to push him, But if he's wise, like Baba said, I believe he has been educated, you understand? As long as he studied under Tinubu, he's going to come out with flying colors, all those certificates, those good certificates that we always say, those ones that you get, and they're not the type the trader will get, you understand? Those good certificates. I believe he will get such certificate under Tinubu, as long as he's going to sit down under the lecture of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So if he's not foolish like Fubara, then he's going to, how the Bible says it, but he's going to eat the good of the land. Thank you, Wama.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Isaac. Baba, have you given us thoughts on Shettima? Do you think it's actually, is he living up to his billing even? Is he doing sufficient enough in terms of what we have seen from past vice presidents?
Yeah, Larry, if you are there, take that. I will come after you.
Okay, Baba, thank you. Good evening, Mama.
Good evening.
Good evening.
To you.
So Shettima is really doing well, I can tell you. The problem is this. There are a lot of people that really wanted Shettima to kind of like have this transy attitude, right? They felt that Shettima was going to be that person that they will use to destroy Tinubu's government. But unfortunately, Shettima was not that type. And that's why you're beginning to see them, If you're watching things within their space, Shettima is not active. Sheyi Tinubu is the vice president. Blah, 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 blah. Because it has always been, I think Tinubu was smart, particularly during the electioneering campaign. With all those things he put up, blah, 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 blue, blah, 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 blah. I think it was really, really a smart move. Let's not deceive ourselves. Those people, as at that time, it wasn't like they really believed in Tinubu that much. They were so skeptical about his health, up to the fact that woman, what's that woman's name? That woman that said she saw Tinubu in London. Tinubu couldn't hold cup of coffee.
How something?
Is it not Najatu something?
Najatu.
Yes. So they all felt Tinubu, if you ask them, right, within their space, they felt Tinubu was sick. So they felt Tinubu was just going to be a sick president, and thereafter, they have their own calculation, they have their own game. And I think Shettima is doing good, is really doing good. And I don't really see Tinubu. I've seen some things coming out, some guys from North Central and stuff like that. No. Tinubu is going to keep Shettima there. My fear is not even this. In the last 3, 4, 5 days, if you've been watching that space, the Nigerian space, I'm beginning to see that Jonathan trend coming back. And you're going to see more of it.
How do you mean? Insurgency?
Exactly.
It's already here. It's already here.
We knew they would launch it against him.
No,
anyway,
they've started again. They've started again. If you look
But
at
you know what I'm enjoying in this, despite the fact that they're trying to push fear into him, the man just walked away on his health vacation straight to France. Yesterday, Shetima hopped into the plane to enjoy himself in Senegal. It's like they are just too sure-footed.
So they are beginning to push that thing, right? 2 days ago, something happened in Bokos in Plateau State. Thereafter, I think a whole bus was hijacked today. Is it today or yesterday? And you're going to see more of it.
Article came out on it today. He came out on that topic.
Yes. So that's the game. That's the game. Bring more, insecurity, shout, blah, 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 blah. They are killing us, blah, 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 blah. And they get their own support from, from those other space. They're we must do everything. Tinubu must go. They will also try to push if there is anything, let there be protests. It's a whole lot of things. That's why for me, I think the major thing is for Tinubu to be able to give them counter-attack. Because you can't use insecurity as a weapon. You can't. They did it during Jonathan, a lot of propaganda, blah, 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 blah. They had external support. Those guys, they had external support and everything, and they were able to really do it. And I'm beginning to see that. So now, I think Ribadu needs to stand up again. He's been doing well.
I think it's more, Ribadu is doing, I think he's the IGP. This is a technocrat. For an IGP, I prefer somebody from operations.
No. IGP is not really IGP of a thing, Baba.
It's more of a military engagement.
No, it's not really military. I think the people that are supposed to be doing the real job is DSS. And this DSS guy, I don't know what he's really doing. I think he's been more of this making jest, and DSS need to stand up. They need to work. There are a lot of, I think it's more of intelligence. There needs to be more intelligence, right? There needs to be more intelligence. IGP, it's this war against these people has gone beyond police just go arrest. No, it's not like that. There has to be more things. There has to be more things with intelligence. Because see, these are people that live within the people. The people know them. They know where they stay. And until you're able to really get people's confidence to be able to share that intelligence with you, it will still be the same. Oh, let's go bomb this place. Let's go bomb that
but
place.
it's not a matter of bombing. They've not even been able to get Bello or G. The guy is always on TikTok.
That is what I'm telling you.
Whites and all this.
That's what I'm telling you. Do you think they don't know where Bello Torji is? They know. It lives within them. They know.
But the military guys always, every single day, will come out, where is that glasses? To you, Bello Torji, your days are numbered. His days have been numbered for 24 months now.
That's what I'm telling you. Intelligence is missing. Yeah, Ribadu has been trying to coordinate intelligence, but I think they need to do more. In terms of intelligence, they need to do more in terms of people trusting them to share intelligence with them.
But don't you see that Niger could be complicit in this?
Yeah, it's so you see, Niger, to treat Niger is very easy, right? Because Niger is currently on their nails.
Are they not begging us for petrol?
So Niger is currently on their knees. They have a whole lot of things to deal with in Niger, right? So, but for me, I think the major thing is there is need for proper, great, good intelligence. Because this DSS guy, I don't know. That's why for me, if you are picking people, putting them into positions, put people that are serious. For me, I don't even think this DSS guy is serious. Because at least like 2 or 3 times I've seen him. I saw something recently. They said that he said people shouldn't expect, they shouldn't expect people to protect them. They have to fend for themselves and all those things. I know probably it's a rumor. I was expecting probably DSS to counter that probably it's a fake news, but I never heard anything from from that space. So what I think is missing is that intelligence, and it's going to go. We're going to see more of those insecurity issue in 2020. Towards the end of 2025, you see more in 2026 towards the election. That's the thing.
Are you linking the grenade that went off in Lagos to or is that just an unfortunate incident?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
When did this happen? I didn't hear about it.
This was today. Some metal scrap metal guy. Yeah.
They saw grenade. So it's
and
so
then he killed.
That's why for me, I think there has to be a lot of intelligence, which I think is really, really missing. It's missing a lot. We are missing a lot in that space, and that's why you see that. Yeah, the military are trying, right? And if there is no proper intelligence, the military will keep making mistakes. Because all the military knows is, okay, these are the guys, they've been able to get the cluster. Probably they are clustered in a particular space. They gave them intelligence, go to that place, bomb that place. At the end of the day, there are mistakes. During this last Ramadan's, this celebration, those guys, I was seeing videos, right? They were praying, they have their guns on.
We played it here, yes.
Yeah,
unbelievable. You know what puzzles me, Larry? And that's not the first videos we've seen of these insurgents, by the way. We see them on TikTok showing words of money and flexing on TikTok and all of this sort of thing. They do it in the forest, but the topography of that forest alone should be enough for them to use as intelligence. What's going on?
That's what I'm saying. So you are beginning to see what I'm actually saying. I think it's better we invest more in that space than invest more in bombing people. Because this is not a conventional war that the military knows how to, the military knows how to deal with. This is a war that needs to do a lot with trust building, that needs to do a lot with intelligence gathering. Because if you have the right intelligence, it makes your work so easy. But it's missing. Like that Shetima thing. Baba, do you know that this Baba Ahmed resigned? Was it yesterday?
Yeah, he has left.
Yes.
As
advisor.
Do you know why he left? No.
That's part of the agenda. They had an agenda. And that agenda they are not really seeing it playing out. They are not really seeing that thing playing out.
Yeah, you said they isolated him.
Yes, now.
Why is that so wrong?
When he came, they said he's as a political this thing. Tinubu went and put him under Shetima. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I follow.
Tinubu put him under Shetima. He doesn't have that closeness to the presidency. And
do you think it's going to revert back to type this Baba Ahmed or
no? It's normal thing now. Later you hear Baba. He's joined SDP.
He's gone to SDP.
It's a normal thing now. You can quickly predict some of all those things now. He will revert back to his Northern Elders Forum. From there, they'll have a voice. They will go to SDP. That's the normal thing. But that SDP thing, that thing is not going to work.
But why is Atiku running again?
No, same. Baba.
That's what keeps him alive, though.
Baba, you know the thing is, why is Atiku running? Atiku still believes that he's the only one that can face Tinubu. And that's the obvious truth.
But he is the only one, though. Is the only one of that weight
exactly.
In the political
exactly.
landscape.
So people can say all sorts of things. Atiku is the only one that can face Tinubu. It's just the same way during that last election. You thinking, oh, probably you see Oshibajo had that, oh, probably nobody can really face Atiku if not Tinubu.
You know the last of the Mohicans, Tinubu, Buhari, Atiku, those are they are like Abamis, they're like the Abamis of the Nigerian political landscape.
So Atiku, that's why Atiku will always tell you that he will always run. Because now he believes that what he wants to do in 2027 is he's going to play a game. And that game, I don't know how he wants to play that game. I don't know how he wants to play that game. He will divide PDP. Obviously, PDP is going to divide PDP. Now, is PDP going to, going to SDP coalition and all those things? PDP is still going to be there because everybody still believe they need
Are we going to have like the new PDP like we had under Jonathan?
No, what will happen? What will happen? They will play. Baba, do you know that game they played in 2023?
Which game?
That game they played in Southwest in 2023. That Oshoba and the likes of them played. Let's be in PDP, but for president, we go and do coalition. And that thing will backfire. That's the game, because obviously, Atiku does not really have full grasp of PDP as of today. Even in Adamawa, the politics of Adamawa presently, Atiku is trying to bring up a coalition against the governor. And that's why you're seeing Atiku, this Abo, this sex toy senator.
Abo.
Baba, you know that guy now?
He's been accusing Akpabio and all over the place.
That guy and that woman that lost, that was in APC, that is now in SDP with them.
Dinania being something like that.
So the three of them, they said they want to build a big force to counter, because the governor too, right? The governor has his own candidates. You understand? And that governor is...
Is the governor on the second term? Is he on the second term?
He's on the second term, and that guy is Wike's guy. Fintiri,
you mean Adamawa governor?
Yes. Fintiri is Wike's guy. Fintiri is Wike's guy. So you understand? So it's a whole lot of politics. And I think what they did, they played the card too early. This card of SDP is too early. It's just too early. It's too early. That card, they are supposed to play that card in 2026. They played it too early. And now, because they played it too early, even people they were expecting to quickly come and join El Rufai, those people are now beginning to retrace their steps. Because there is still time for the government to take care of them. There's still time for the government to even still go after them. So
there's a factor that we've not really given enough reflection. Replacing Tinubu in 2027 is an Atiku ambition, but it's not a northern ambition. If you look at the northern landscape, if you remove Atiku, the average age is round about 60 thereabouts. The frontline people in politics in the north, and they know that Tinubu only has one term left. So are we suggesting then that these people are so aggrieved with Tinubu that they want to jettison their own ambition in order for Atiku? Because if Atiku goes in, then their ambition is dead.
Moment, you are thinking like, oh, you're looking at probably in a normal situation how a northerner should think. No, they don't think like that. The mindset in the north is, let's do whatever it takes for us to get power back. That's the mindset.
Yes, but power comes back in 2031 anyway.
That is their own mindset. Is if you watch their space, probably you don't watch their space. If you watch their space, you feel the temperature, you feel what they are really saying, you feel where the direction they are going. All they are interested in is whatever it is, you know, and Tinubu is playing the game well.
But hold on. You know that Tinubu is going to be the kingmaker in 2031. And Tinubu has the choice of, he can even go cross-party to make that choice. And anybody, you know, it's a high-stakes game that, because the ambition of politics, the individual ambition of a politician is always bigger than any regionalized ambition. So they know that Tinubu gets to pick whoever succeeds him, and if they push too hard against him, and he has the power of incumbency, and they know he has no intentions of losing, and they know that he's unlikely to lose. So if they don't play their politics right, they will end up on the same bench with El Rufai. I think in the build-up to 2031, we'll start to see, even right across the parties in the north, even PDP governors are making conciliatory noises towards Tinubu and saying, oh, the South are letting the South, they will concede that space in order to get a shot at 2031. I think that what the only push from the north will probably come from Atiku and the Buhari camp.
You know,
I don't think the whole of the north is on
you know
board
what
with the agenda.
What I see in the north, most of the fight in the north is towards 2031. And they're beginning to see that Tinubu is more skewed towards northeast. Right? The major people that you see, oh, blah, 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 are northwest guys. And their calculation was not right. Their calculation was the way they will be able to bring Ndume to their side. Their calculation was they will be able to build some key figures from northeast to their side. And that is not happening. So that's why I said Tinubu is playing the game well. He's playing a nice game in Kaduna and he's playing a nice game in Kano.
Did you, sorry, Larry, were you here when Ribadu was here 2 days ago?
No. I was not here.
All right. He said something that I quite struck, actually. He said the Tinubu has succeeded in breaking up the north to the hegemonious power structure. He has broken them into different stocks. Just by the politics he's playing in Kaduna, the Kaduna politics of the Tema, and then the now emancipation somewhat that we're seeing from the outer space. So rather than one entity, is breaking them up into blocks.
Yes. And is beginning to give the minorities voice. The minorities in the north are beginning to get their voice. So it's a whole lot of things. And even the Kano politics has not even started. Because the Kano politics you are seeing, Kwankwaso is losing his grip in NNPP. And they are using the court to demystify Kwankwaso. And even within that Kano, a lot of senators, a lot of House of Rep members are aggrieved with Kwankwaso's kind of leadership. At least in Kano, Kau Sumaila is not with Kwankwaso. Jobe is not with Kwankwaso. So coupled with what is happening with this this thing, you know, Tinubu knew who Sanusi is. Sanusi is this person. You know, if
Are you talking about the emir?
The emir, very dangerous guy.
Very, very.
Very, very dangerous guy. Because if they had given him
But I think at the core of his heart, he's still a Tinubu man.
No.
No, I think he's an admirer of Tinubu.
He's an admirer of Tinubu, but he's a core El-Rufai guy. Core El-Rufai guy.
But he knows that El-Rufai is not viable now. He knows that.
No, you know, the thing is this. You know, they have this. The moment you give him that free will, he tends to want to be a decider of a lot of things from the north.
Oh, Lamido.
Lamido. And he always want to put himself in a position of that guy that criticizes, that guy that does this, that guy that decides things, which would definitely be dangerous for Tinubu.
But he speaks truth to the northern elite anyway, and they don't like him. That's how I look at it. Because he has consistently talked to them about multiple marriages and the Almajiri
that one is not politics, nah. Baba, speak truth to power. Everybody can speak truth to power now. It's the politics that is there.
You think El-Rufai, you think Emir Sanusi is on board with El-Rufai on this journey he's embarked on?
Emir Sanusi is aggrieved. And most of what you're seeing in the north is not really politics. It's annoyance. Some of all those guys, they are aggrieved.
Is it annoyance or fear even that this guy is about to break their hegemony?
So some of those guys are like Emir Sanusi, you know, is kind of like aggrieved. It's not like he has any personal thing against Tinubu. You understand? But he's still aggrieved.
Because it feels Tinubu to back him in the tussle with the Bayeros.
Yes, because he doesn't have that grip of Kano. Imagine an Emir Sanusi having that grip that he used to have when he was Emir in Kano.
No, but have you looked at the Ribadu angle? Because there is this triumphant virate of with El-Rufai, Sanusi, and
that is politics of
the NSA. Their friendship dates back to their university days at Ahmadu Bello, and they were tight then. So it's like 2 against 1.
When
now,
it comes to
power, did it not give away El-Rufai's daughter in London or something before she died after Ribadu?
Baba,
yeah.
El-Rufai, Ribadu, Sanusi, all those ones are politics of 2031. Because politics of 2031 is even beyond all those guys. Politics of 2031, there are a lot of them that feel that they are potential presidents. And they are ready to do anything. And they feel that their problem is they feel that it's more skewed towards Ribadu's side. And even Ribadu played his own politics well. Ribadu knocked El-Rufai out of that government. Because he knew, imagine a Tinubu having a Wike and El-Rufai in the same cabinet. There will be problem, there will be chaos. If Tinubu had made that mistake and had El-Rufai will leave that government in 2026.
And embarrass him.
Yes. That was the plan.
I don't think that was the plan. I think El-Rufai's plan was to back Tinubu in 2023 and succeed him in 2031. No. I think that was El-Rufai's plan.
No, Baba. One man. El-Rufai does not have that patience to wait. Right? Is it that El-Rufai is there? Because is it that El-Rufai is there or Ribadu is there? But El-Rufai and Ribadu, the same place, and Shetima, how do you want Tinubu to even run that government? At least he's been able to put Wike in his space. Let Wike be doing his thing in FCT. At least that one is all right with FCT. So, but now imagine an El-Rufai that wants to, El-Rufai's plan in Tinubu's government will be like someone that wants to be the leader of the North. And that's what El-Rufai has always done. He positioned himself more as a leader of the North.
Like the successor of Buhari, sort of.
Yes. That's what he does. For El-Rufai going against Buhari at that time, not because of Tinubu now. Initially, during the primary, El-Rufai never supported Tinubu now. But it was when he saw that no way they can't get this guy out, then he has no choice. So for me, I think Tinubu is playing his game well in the north. He's playing that game well. And you are not even going to see all those big numbers that we used to, oh, big numbers coming from anywhere, no big number coming from anywhere, at least.
Now, that era is gone.
2023 has shown us that no big number from anywhere.
That era is gone.
So it's basically going to be man-to-man votes.
You know, there are still so many big ticket things still to. We still have the census, by the way, which is going to shape somewhat what happens in 2027, and then we have the new INEC, and we have seen from Tinubu's appointment that he's not afraid to prejudice appointments in his own favor. We're still the success. Mahmoud Yakubu is not going to run the 2027 election.
No, Mahmoud.
There is a national ID card. Are you forgetting?
You know, there's still a lot of big ticket items that will shape that election still.
Mahmoud is going now. Mahmoud is going. Is it not October or November? Mahmoud is going now. He's going in October or November. And obviously, that's going to come from... with what we are hearing, rumor and everything, right? They said they are shopping for somebody in South-South.
It has to be. It cannot be a Southwesterner. It has to be a South-South.
I don't even want to... I want... Probably somebody we've heard, you know.
But why can't we be Southwestern now? We have Buhari and Yakubu now. Why can't we have the same?
No.
With all this noise.
What has the North amounted to?
Do you know Bank of Agriculture also, he appointed somebody from outside, an industrialist, to head that now? A Southwestern.
Yes, and I think that Jakarta is appointed a Southwestern as well too.
No, that one is not central.
On that, Bros. And on that, do you know my prediction? I believe he's going to make Akpabio the
INEC chairman.
Yes.
Isaac. No. You know, Isaac, I'm not far from you, but not the same name. I was actually thinking they would make Oshiomhole the INEC chairman.
No. Yeah, possibly.
They said Ibori is championing searching for a replacement. If you've been watching the media space, there has been, I think it was Sahara and some other guys campaign, even Vanguard. They came out in one of their pieces that they knew Tinubu was trying to do one or two things, blah, 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 blah. And I think Ibori is trying to do that dirty job, looking for someone for them. So for me, if you ask me, Tinubu is doing what he's supposed to do. And another thing, another shocker, and don't be surprised, Tinubu might rejig his cabinet when he comes back from France. Because what I see Tinubu doing, coming back from France, is he wants to come and play politics. He wants to play politics. And that is why you see that now he's trying to put people in place that will focus on the job while he plays the politics. With that setup in NNPC, you should have seen that he's trying to go to somewhere. Focus on the job while he plays politics. All this, he wants to come and he wants to reassess his government, he wants to do this, because he's beginning to see that those guys are playing that game early. And he needs to, because they are already showing him the card, which for me, if you ask me, I wasn't even expecting them to have started showing the card in 2025, early.
Yeah, you are right on that. I think I saw him with some books the other day. He's going to read. He's going for studies.
But Larry, I keep pinching myself because I know it doesn't take much to trigger our country. But Tinubu has gotten away with murder. Honestly.
You know, Baba, it's actually been even a lot more ethnic than Buhari. At least Buhari tried to make some sort of, it's not gone full Yoruba.
Yeah, it's like in your face kind of thing.
Yeah.
That come do it. I don't know. And they back away. That means they've been hoodwinking all past presidents with empty threats.
With Fubara, you know, I don't think any other president would have got it. Look what it did to Fubara. It's like swatting a fly away from your. It just swatted them away like a fly.
I pinch myself honestly at times that what?
And things just moved on. Nobody they said, and then they all went quiet, and it just. I don't know before I need this man. Yeah,
Abami.
No, woman. It's not just. It's not just. Tinubu is a politician, and every of those guys, they have to pay him back. He's paid his due. I was listening to this guy today, this Bayelsa guy. Diri, when I think he was talking to Remi Tinubu, saying what Tinubu did for him. Tinubu knows how to. He said Tinubu is the greatest collaborator. He's a good collaborator and all this. The thing is, they just let's cut a deal. He's a deal guy. He believes more on cutting deals. Let's cut deals, win-win situation.
It's still not Trump with a better brain, are we?
So cut deals. Okay, look at what happened in Bayelsa. Was it not deal? Was it not the same deal they cut in Oyo? They will still cut the same deal in Anambra. So at the end of the day, it's going to be win-win situation for him. He cuts the deal with you. You hold your side. I hold my side. Unlike those days.
One more, please. Yeah, before you bring in another person, I would really want you guys to help me on this issue. You see this military man that is in Rivers right now. I know he's going to complete his tenure, the 6 months tenure. I know that. Now, after he completes his tenure, the 6 months tenure, what's going to happen forward? I want you to, you always say things and there at the end.
One man does not want Fubara to come back.
No, but you see, there's something going on in that space. Tinubu has thrown them a bone. It's like, I'll put this man there, Ibas there, 6 months, elders, politicians, clergy, please go put your house in order and come with me with a position. I'm here to see those 3 people do anything other than fighting one another. And that's, I find strange.
He told them that if they can't solve it, they should come
Did
back
I tell
to
you
him.
what will happen by the end of this year, by November, Isaac? The governor of Rivers State is going to be a guy called Amuewele, however you pronounce his name.
Amewule
is the leader of the House of Assembly. So what's going to happen is after 6 months, Fubara will come back, but Wike is not going to allow it. So he's going to trigger his assembly to impeach him, But then by 6 months, Fubara's potency would have dulled. All the arguments would have come and they'll just get rid of him quietly because they cannot trust him into 2027. So they'll get rid of him before the end of this year. And Mwawale will be there and nothing will happen.
I think I'm leaning towards what you are just saying now because the elders are not doing anything.
Can I speak now?
Baba, don't blame the elders. Blame Fubara.
Can I speak now? I don't know how they're going to swap him, but I don't know why people are still talking Fubara's going to come back. of Tinubu throw. Tinubu did not throw anybody wants to go tell them to go fix their house. Tinubu has fixed River State. Even though they buy the statement of the ex-head of service, they buy it or not, that statement he made is a damaging statement to remove him. I don't know why people still complaining about Nigeria politics, mostly APC. They will show you what they're going to do before they do it. And that statement he made on national media that Fubara sponsor blowing on the pipeline, that is the icing on the cake they need Fubara out. Well, how they're going to remove him, I don't know. Someone might saying he's going to come and then impeach him. I don't know. Probably might not come back. Probably, I don't know. But
So that's the easiest way now to remove him. Bring them back and impeach him. Spit him out.
I don't know. I'm just saying, in Nigeria now, anything can be possible. You said
not anything can be possible.
You said, hold on, Mama, please hold on. You said this is how they're going to bring Obas back and give a ceremony. And Obas is still in the House of Assembly in Lagos, still the Speaker. Some said he have abandoned the 2027 governorship position. Well, let that time come first, but he's still there. Speaking of what you guys were saying, well, it's all speculation, it's politics. Most times people overrate Tinubu. Not like Tinubu is doing everything, just people just play the cards and he capitalize on their mistakes. That's all. Nigeria is a goody bunch and people are acting faster than their shadow. He's the man in the center. He controls the power. The good thing is that he understands the full use of power. Not like Buhari. Buhari's time was different. Buhari's time, too many hands were in the cooking jar. Too many people were taking decision for Buhari. Buhari wasn't taking decision. But unlike Tinubu, he takes the decision. So all these things people are saying, left, right, center, like I said, if you are not in the center with him, you cannot know the final decision. And 24 hours is a long time in politics, but people just come out and speak from the standpoint of view like they understand what is going on. Nigerian politics belongs to very few people that owns the country. They'll talk to your meeting 4 a.m., tell you, okay, go 7 a.m., we'll make an announcement. Before 7 a.m., they'll hold on that meeting 6:30 and change that decision. So it's a very dicey place. But Tinubu know how to navigate the rumors of all knows to get what he wants. So let's just relax and watch how he plays. And like I said before, the guy that Rubadu just came to confirm what I said that day, like North is already fragile. You can see it. The Fulanis they don't have that hegemony anymore. You guys can go and look at the people that is defecting to SDP. They are all Fulani or Hausa Fulani. Ask yourself why. Because they have lost the hegemony of that the North. The North Central have pulled out. The Hausas are pulling out now. Like people are not following what's going on. The Hausas are pulling out now, and Tinubu is feeding on those mistakes. Sanusi, Abdul Bayaro and Sanusi fight is the nail in the coffin for the Hausas to pull out. So there are so many things playing out before 2027, but Tinubu is going to be like 2031. It's not a record sign, not like it's going to do anything great. It's just how the country is designed. So it's going to sail its way through, and it's going to be one party system. I mean, PDP and APC election. So that's how it's going to be. And again, I said APC is a party of tribalism, freedom, nepotism. It's not about Tinubu or anybody. That's just APC. If anybody from APC becomes the president tomorrow, his people will fill that place. And they thrive in chaos. And I said that the only thing APC know how to stay in power and to get power is chaos. And that's what these people that are defecting, they are mostly APC people. They're going to go back to their playing book and start that same chaos. It's going to be terrorism, attack every year. But Tinubu will be less bothered because he has sealed his deal for 2031. Nigeria's stability is more important than any other thing people are talking about. So as is there, the stability is there. The international body will back him and he will say true. It's not Jonathan. So we should not make any noise too much. Rather, we come together and save the last piece so we can have a stable economy. We should listen to all these politicians. We're just wasting our time and nothing will change. Thank you. I yield the floor.
All right, but we have to listen to the politicians. That's the thing, because they formulate policies that directly impact on our lives. So that's really why people pay attention to politicians. They at an individual level, they impact on our lives.
But one man, co-panelist, is this not a phenomenon kind of situation we find ourselves 2 years into an election? It's like everybody has given up.
Because there's no pathway. That's why there's no pathway to oppose the.
Have there been something like this before? I can't remember any. Because everybody you speak to, both activists, politicians, deplorable, everybody's nice. No. Forget 2027. And I'm like,
Baba,
what?
you know why?
Do you know why, Baba?
This is for me.
Sorry, you go first.
This is the first time we have a politician as a president. Someone that knows politics, someone that knows how to play that politics. If you look at everything from Labour, they wanted to use that guy.
Ajero.
They wanted to use that guy.
That's why I said I pinch myself all the time.
Tinubu was able to counter that guy. They brought protest. Oh, probably they will use that Ge-Rarahere. They hijack Ge-Rarahere's protest. Probably that one will do. Tinubu was able to counter that. So he knows them and they know him. But what happened is they didn't know it was going to be like this. Because that time, I think that was why for me, I was more like, Tinubu deceived a lot of those guys. They felt he was sick. And now they are now beginning to see that he's not sick. And he's going to play.
I'm not surprised. On a smaller scale, he did it to Afenifere now in the Guba in Lagos State. And that's why people like Pa Adebanjo of blessed memory, they never forgave him. So he kicked them out, gave them their party, and registered a new one. And they were like, what's going on here? And before they realized, he used that platform for the second term, and he won.
When is my turn?
We called you earlier now.
Don't ask what we are discussing. Just kick in and go ahead. Go with the flow.
Let me just add this, and then maybe you come off the back of it. You know, as much as people give Tinubu credit for being a master politician, tactician, whatever, the other thing is there is no real. You know, there's nobody in the opposition space to vest confidence in. So if you look at all of the people in the opposition space, they've been through the cycle so many times. They carry so much baggage that it's almost is it that Obi with his record in Anambra State, all those killings or in Olo and all the stealing of the money, is it Atiku of the what's that judgment against him in America, Halliburton? Is it him? Is it El Rufai that was slaughtering people like chicken in southern Kaduna? So there is nobody that, you know, because everybody knows their record, and they look at that, are you the better alternative than this that we consider bad? There's nothing in the landscape that people can put hope in. And I think that as much as Tinubu is a master tactician or master whatever, I think what really secures him is the lack of a viable alternative. We saw Obi on the Alex TV talking nonsense, you know?
Yeah. You're kind of right.
Is that Madazita? Please wait. Madazita, is that you?
Yes.
Please, do you normally look at the super chats?
Unless I'm my desktop, it comes up like.
Okay, I'm going to super chat. I'm going to super chat.
Virtual. it will be on another page.
Wait, though, I think you want to super chat you. So
I want to super chat for you, so you can get my message there. Thank you very much.
Super chat, that is you're paying money. Is that what it means?
Yeah, I want to make a super chat.
Yes,
and
now.
I'm referring something to you.
Who is speaking?
Isaac Black.
That's Isaac Black. He wants to let him do what I think he wants to do some moments. So
oh, okay. Thank you very much. That means you like my voice.
People like you now, but
people like you, Rita. You don't know how popular you are here.
I know you people don't like me, but I will say it anyway.
You can call me with you. You can call me with you. I will say it anyway.
Then abuse me well. You see, when I
don't mind the people, and are the same people they support Natasha, and they go to abuse woman. They say probably they abuse woman. What do they do on the platform?
Woman,
carry on, I beg.
The first time I came here, somebody, I think it was Whoopies that asked for my number. I dropped it in the chat. I noticed that a lot of them got that number. So I'm not in Facebook, neither am I in Twitter or stuff like that, because I know the implications.
There's nothing for you around that.
So next time they send that abuse, I will forward it to you, woman.
Oh, wow.
Somebody will send me a text abusing me for what I said the previous night because he didn't like what I said. Can you imagine the madness? Anyway, that's by the way. Thank you very much for liking my voice. I really do appreciate it. But anyway, even if they don't like it, I'll still say what I want to say. So back to the topic.
Can we call you witch after you finish saying it?
They call me wish now. They call me wish of Trump. So. I have never seen a thing like that before. One of them told me that I am in a court called The Blood. And that's a court in California. I don't even know something. So
you have the floor, Zita, but you know when I gave up on these people, I actually saw one of them. This is going back a few months on a different platform, saying that he knows Kulata, that Kulata was paid, his education was paid for by the state government, and it's the guy he had to threaten to sue. You know, he was so taken aback, and the guy said it with so much confidence that it carried believability. And the guy, if Kulata passed him on the street, he probably wouldn't recognize him. And he spoke as though he was his twin brother. That's when I gave up on those people. I thought, wow, these are a special breed. You know, a special breed of people. But Zita, carry on.
Okay, so thank you very much. Let's go back to the topic. You see, when you are a politician or a group of politicians, you are not looking for your party to win or to kick somebody out. You are looking for yourself or looking at yourself to be in that position. Then, no matter, even if you people are 100, you cannot make a headway. Let me explain. Obi, Atiku, Erufai. I don't want to mention others because there are many now. Let me mention the ones we know that are legally public. These four men, this Obi, Atiku, Erufai, I think there are four now. Four. They want Tinubu out. But each of them want to be the one in that position. So whatever they do is going to be useless. You do not run politics like that. I keep telling Nigerians, please take your time. Go back to what happened in 2015. But whenever I say it, some people get angry. I'm someone who monitors things very, very critically, and I follow it with kind of a third eye, which probably they might call witch. If you see that gang up, it was this Tinubu that started it. He has the money. He has the voice. He has the connection. He is that canny. He has everything. Why didn't he say, let me be the president? He didn't. Because he calculated it and said, if he come out, he will not fly to some certain areas. So he made a deal. History have it that when he went to Buhari, Buhari was like, no, I'm not getting interested. He said, no, sure you want to be president. This is the window. Buhari said, they said, yes. That's how you plan to kick somebody out. But you see these people kangarooing themselves. They are so selfish. They are stubbornly selfish. That is one. Two, they don't have a message. Three, they don't have, will I say, an exhibit. When you don't have a message, you don't have an exhibit, it's really difficult for you to run in politics. I used to tell people, in 2023, everything went for Obi, except him. When I said that, people will say, what do I mean except? He ain't got nothing to show for himself. He doesn't have an exhibit.
It doesn't inspire confidence.
It was so bad that, you know, some people don't have exhibit, but they have people who were with them, then in collaboration, they couldn't have an exhibit. But those people will stand and be kicking the drum for him. His own was so bad that even the people that were with him, when he had that, he did not get that exhibit, could not beat the drum for him. What do I mean? Where are his commissioners? Where are his aides, special assistants? None of them were out there beating that drum. Even the people that took over.
Sorry, Zeta, that's the dichotomy, isn't it? They say, oh, his reputation builds around human capital development and all that. But he served 8 years, Tinubu served 8 years. We've seen Tinubu's proteges, but where are his proteges? Who did he raise up within the political sphere?
One man. What I mean, I said two things. You have an exhibit, like Tinubu can claim. And then he has drum beaters too. Obi is claiming. What he's claiming is not seen. Some of the things Tinubu claimed was seen. And then he has drum beaters. People who were in his cabinet, people who were after him, were beating the drum for him. But in the case of Obi, he doesn't have anything like that. His claims were not seen because we all know what Anambra looks like. And the people that were with him throughout that 8 years, none of them came out to beat the drum for him. So when you don't have such a thing, you don't have a message, and then you are stubbornly selfish. How do you kick somebody out? Obi wants to be president. El-Rufai wants to be president. Atiku wants to be president. then who's gonna be the president? That's the thing. It's not that Tinubu is indolitable or he's alpha and omega. He cannot be kicked out. But unfortunately, the people who should come together and kick him out are being stubbornly too selfish. And they don't have anything to run on. Because if they come out and want to run today, he's going to tell the whole world who they are. And look, I'm telling you, 2027 is going to be very messy. Mark my words.
It might not even be as messy as we are all anticipating, because they've started to launch insurgency at the government. But like you rightly said, we know the antecedents of all of these people. So what storyline are they going to bring that is they can only there are only two spaces that they can go to: ethnicity and religion. And I think it's already playing ethnicity. Is saying if Tinubu that are in the Fourth Republic, that the South have served they've ruled for far longer than the North, and that if Tinubu gets a second term, the South rules for even far longer than the North. So it's already playing the ethno-politics, and he played that in 2027 and in 2023, and we played it. So they can't go back then because it never worked in the
one man. Let me say this. Politics is something I understand very well because my dad played it. And he forced me. He dropped one word that forced me to start monitoring politics. Why? He said, that idiot, you don't care whether he's there on or not. With the stroke of his pen, he can change your destiny for good or for bad. And that word hit me. He said, one thing will go for you. If you don't vote for the person and he put that stroke of pen that can change your destiny for the bad or for the worse, you have a consolation that idiot that was there never voted him. At least that should be your consolation. So my father made me to start monitoring politics. That's why I'm very eccentric when it comes to politics. But most people don't know. When they he's supporting, no. One man, that thing you said, politics does not work that way. It's a very dynamic thing. If you think that a southerner can know rule once and the northerner can jump in and take over from him, then you don't know politics. Let me repeat myself again. Message, exhibit, money is very important in politics. Money comes third, but message and your exhibit goes a long way for you. Because you know one thing, internet does not forget. Somebody will go and bring out something you said 30 years ago and show it to the world. That singular thing might change everything. I remember, is it in 2010 or in 2011? I can't remember. Between 2010 and 2012, this BB, Israeli Prime Minister, he was running for election. He was losing the election. The polls is not in favor of him. He was down low. He made just one sentence. Everything changed. Instanta. His countrymen started running to the poll to vote for him immediately. When the result came out, even Barack Hussein Obama was surprised. They were shocked. So that's how election works. You must have that message and that exhibit. These people you are calling, they don't have a message. And they don't have an exhibit. Is it Atiku? When he come out, they will tell him what he did with our privatization. They will remind him of Ajakuta still.
Halliburton and all that.
Intel.
Yeah.
A lot of things. Is it El-Rufai? Or that one is actually a terrorist. I make bold to call him that.
It's worse than Buhari in terms of ethno-religious jingoism. It's an extremist.
Or is it P2B? Oh, wow.
It's just dumb, isn't it? Really?
That, honestly, sincerely speaking, as an Igbo girl, I am not so proud of his performance. Courage and everything, that's not Igbo. Igbo man hit ground here. When he enter place, you go fear now. So what are we talking about? I repeat, in 2023, everything went for Obi except him. And I will continue saying it. Hate me, like me, I don't care. So one man, the election is not something, politics is not something you say, it is, South will rule 8 years before North will come in. If a Northerner wants to come in, when South is ruling 1 year, then we say it doesn't work that way. All politics need is who can hit the ground running. After all, Jonathan was a Southerner. And he ruled once, precisely. He ruled once because the other one was, let's finish. Allow him, he's the vice president. So if the president dies, automatically he has to finish the tenure. That's the constitution. In as much as the Northerners were raking and doing it, doesn't really matter. They couldn't do anything about it. Then when it came for him to enter his second term, he did his first term. They said, okay, fine, let him do his, finish the whole 8 years, according to them. I tell you something, if Jonathan did not meet people like Tinubu and Buhari with their conglomeration of gangsters, he would have been the president again. That's just the truth. He would have been the longest elected president in Nigeria because he would have ruled for 4 years, 4 years. That's actually, he would have ruled for 9 years or 10 years. But he met people who were ready to forgo everything to make sure he's out of office.
Zita, let me ask you, don't you think that he made mistake? He's not meeting those people. Because those are the people that actually supported him when he was fighting to even regain the presidency when Ge-Rarahere was sick, and they supported him in winning the election in 2011. But he abandoned them immediately after the election.
You see?
Sorry, Rita, before you respond to that, acknowledge Isaac Black's super chart, which he has done to celebrate you. So this is what Isaac is saying to you. This is what he's saying to you, Zita. It says, Madam Zita, this platform holds you in high esteem. Thank you for your thank you for your contribution. So he speaks with the voice of all of us. So that is the abiding sentiment of most people that interact with the platform. So one of the favorite voices is your voice. So maybe you want to say acknowledge Isaac.
Okay, thank you. See, Tinubu is doing the same thing in some areas, but I tell you, he's going to win 2027 if they continue like this. Northerners did not actually vote for him, but they did not swing the whole of their votes. It's kind of, they felt ignored. So he too is doing the same thing. You people don't seem to understand the force that kicked Jonathan out. But I will keep reminding Nigerians. As at the time Jonathan was the president of Nigeria, PDP was the biggest party in Africa and the richest. They were almost in all the states in Nigeria. All presence, heavily. And that man was kicked out. You people think, say, now this thing where Atiku and the Obi and the Erufai is doing, that's what they did to kick him out. You might think Jonathan is weak. But one thing you will understand is the seat of the president of Federal Republic of Nigeria is not weak. They are two different things. The person sitting there might be weak, but that seat is not a weak seat anywhere in Africa, even in the world. But he was kicked out.
But the thing is, he was weak. In many ways, Jonathan was a usurper, an interloper, a person. He wasn't meant to be there, and he himself, it was in the manner that he felt he was not meant to be there. And additionally, he did not have a base. Like Tinubu has a southwestern base, Buhari has a northern base, Obi has a southeastern base, but he didn't have an ethnic base.
I don't.
And he doesn't even have a constituency in terms of coming from the military, or he didn't even come from politics. So he was a sitting dog.
Woman, they don't argue politics that way. Let me remind you that Jonathan, even in that 2015, won the whole of Southeast and South. And that's his base. He won it handsomely. And now, the point I'm trying to make is that can somebody stop looking at Jonathan and what happened in 2015 and look at the force that removed him? That is the mistake Nigerians are making. You keep saying Jonathan is weak. He doesn't have this. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have this.
Okay, hold on, Zita. Substitute Jonathan with Tinubu. Could those forces have moved him, or substitute him with Buhari? Could those forces, and the force calibrate in the way they calibrate, but instead of Jonathan, it was Buhari or Tinubu that was the situation? Could those forces have moved them?
I will substitute.
They can't now
Tinubu.
because they can't, but they can kick Jonathan out because it was a usurper. He wasn't meant to be there, and he didn't act in a manner that suggested that he felt he was meant to be there.
Woman, I will substitute Jonathan with Tinubu now. And I repeat, the way you are seeing politics is not.
If Jonathan was the president now, they will bully him out in 2020.
No, wait now. Let's assume that it's Tinubu that was there. You see that force in 2015. If he hit Tinubu in 2027, they will remove him.
But the force is calibrated again now, so we'll see how it plays out.
Come on, I want to speak to the audience so that they will remember me in future. Let me repeat myself again. What happened in 2027, in 2015 in Nigeria? It is actually unfair and lack of calculation and inability to access and value effort for someone to look at that removal on the weakness of Jonathan. That's not true. Jonathan's weakness might play 10% or 15 or 20% of it. I agree. But if you look at that force and say it is because Jonathan's weakness. That's why that force was able to remove him. Then it is actually extremely wrong because it means you did not understand the force. But let me say this. Come 2027, I don't care who is there, whether it's Tinubu or Jonathan like. I repeat, if that kind of force hit him, he will be removed. Because people did not know what happened.
Madam Zeta.
Let me tell you what happened.
Please. You just said that if that kind of force hit Tinubu, he will be removed. I think in my own view, it was Tinubu. It was the force. Tinubu was the force that removed Jonathan. Now that we don't have another Tinubu, we don't have two at the moment.
I
believe there is
probably understanding what I'm
force.
saying.
The force is no more there.
Wait, hold on. It's too early to say the force is no longer there. You don't know whether there is another Tinubu somewhere, but let's leave it at that.
Yeah, but sorry,
that's
hold
exactly
on,
what
just
I am
hold on,
saying.
hold on, Zeta. What I think is saying to you might, I think, in fact, in my own view, is right. The potency of what removed Jonathan was Tinubu, that it was, because it was central to he used Buhari as a bullhorn to force that guy out to play out as he's playing out now. So Tinubu was the real, it was the sharp edge of that poison spike that removed. It was the force now, was it not?
Okay.
Madam Zita, let me add this one. Don't you think Jonathan miscalculated and he allowed that force to exist?
Wait now. You see, in life, you might be playing your chess. You think you are making a move. Because life is like a chessboard. If some of you who play chess, until halfway into it, you will know that your opponent has dealt a very big blow on you. You must really actually be an extreme expert. That's why I say 20% of it is Jonathan's weakness. For you to refax and win. Now, what am I saying in essence? I am one person that sees so much in humans. For reasons I will not explain to you people here. That's why it takes me time to abuse somebody or to run, like, discard a human. I don't do that. Because there is so much built inside a human being. And the least person you expect to pull a heavy force will be the one to pull it. It's just one thing. Once the politics is just a little thing, it will change. That's why they used to say that 24 hours is a long time in politics. Because what can change it is just a blink of an eye. So I will not sit down here and say the whole politicians in Nigeria, none of them can remove Tinubu. That's a wrong assessment. That's totally wrong. I would not say that. But will that person come? I don't know. Even when that person come, like Tinubu came out, we other people, the way Amechi them, Saraki them, all of them, he was able to bring them together and they were faithful to the end. I don't know. But what I'm telling you, do not in your lifetime underrate human beings. don't.
All right. Let's mix it up, move it around, bring Prestige into the conversation if it's ready. Or Ekene, I think Ekene actually came first. Ekene, so there you are. Baba was looking for you at the start, actually. Wanted to give you a bit of a flog in, but you managed to avoid it. Ekene.
What did I do to Baba?
I don't know. He said you were talking Vula Badu and Vula
Your
Badu.
Mozambique story. Carry on. I've debunked it with
You debunked
evidence. Yeah.
You bobbed my head. You
You
bobbed my
say?
head at my presence. You bobbed my head at my absence.
No. I invited you over. I called you, tried to wake you up. I just put my facts across. That is what you said was not true. They don't have beyond 40% electricity every day. And of course, the electricity rates over subsidized, not just over subsidized. And the electricity company run by government is in huge debt, and they are looking for investors.
What I know is that Mozambique has 24 hours electricity. Now you know what you talk. I speak with people that live in Mozambique.
And I'm telling you, they are telling you Lamba.
It's not Lamba. No, that's not. There is nothing like Lamba.
Look at it. Look at the screen. Look at the screen, and I still have one more evidence in my phone.
What I said is Mozambique. I speak with people that live. I have people. Not. I said my brother.
No, I know what you said. I know what you said. No doubt about it. You said that it was reported to you, and I'm saying that they are lying.
If I say that they have 24 hours electricity, I'm not speaking of what you just. They're speaking of what the people that lives there tells me, and it's a fact.
Yeah, I acknowledge that you were doing reported speech, and I'm saying don't be deceived. They are lying.
They had a very turmoil election last year. I mean, last year they have a election, which they are still settling down after the election. So the opposition, we are still fighting and all that. I know the space very well. It's not as if they run back because of the kind of
Ekene, Mozambique. Let me explain to the two of you, you and Baba. Mozambique is a small country. I will explain it by
it's
telling
medium. You can say it's medium because it's a 3 million population.
Mozambique is a small country. So let me tell you, I will explain this thing to you by telling you people a story, but I won't call the celebrities in name. I met one celebrity in the United States, one of their big wigs. And then on the course of introduction, I said, I'm from Nigeria. And he was like, wow, beautiful, blah, blah, blah. He was saying beautiful things about Nigeria. He now said that he doesn't even know why Nigerians complained there is no electricity. That he was in Nigeria for 2 weeks. They never took the power. Do you know what I asked him? We're in Nigeria. Because there are places in Nigeria that don't have power. I know that. So I have to ask him. And he told me where he was in Nigeria. I laughed. He didn't understand why I laughed. So it depends on where Ekene's brother is. If you live in a high-brow area, you might be getting considerable power supply. But Mozambique is a very small country. You cannot use their power supply to compare to that of Nigeria. That's what I'm saying. If you cannot supply power to 3 million Mozambicans, I wonder what that president should be like the mayor of Chicago. That is approval rating is 6%, but he's still in the office. That guy is not supposed to be in the office.
He's going in July, Adams.
Huh?
He's going in July, Adams. Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about New York. Sorry.
No, it's Johnson. Chicago is Johnson.
Johnson.
All right, back there, Kenny.
So, for Mama, what is the sub?
We just did. We talk Nigerian matter. We're talking about Julius Abure'S actually that seems to have finally been sacked by the Supreme Court, and we were wondering how that impacts on the Labour Party and the Peter Obi journey.
Well, it's something that I will not celebrate too quick, because I know that even after the judgment, some people in Labour Party are not happy with it. Why the wider obedient are very happy with it, but the core Labour Party that wants to control the party are still not happy with the judgment. So if you look at the judgment, few of them are still saying that that Abure still remain the Labour Party chairman. Why the other? I met our chairman in our work yesterday evening, after the judgment. I spoke with him. I feel like I'm not happy. I was telling him, you have to be happy. This is what we need to move the party forward. And the man was still like, most of them feel that he's going to lose his position and all that. But for me, people like us who don't care about, even if I'm still going to lose my own position, it doesn't concern me. My own is that let's give space so that we can have a chairman from the north, and that is all we are fighting for. Because if you say that you want to field Obi in 2027 and you are still looking at Abure to be the chairman of that election, then it means that Labour Party is not a serious party. They are not serious at all. So, but the judgment, I will not celebrate it now. I will celebrate it after maybe some time when the judgment might have settled down and starts bringing hope to the party. But actually, that is what we need for now. So, Abure, I don't know why he was too power drunk. He tried in 2023, but he would have let things ride and let things work.
He didn't try anything. He didn't.
Well,
he didn't try.
I will never, I cannot, I will always appraise his little effort, no matter how little it is. But at least. So we are talking about the need is not really that of Labour Party or they come to SDP. You see Rufai them the campus because they no longer have ground in APC, so they need a platform to be able to play their opposition. So when we are talking about it, we know what the plan is all about. So it doesn't necessarily mean that Obi is going to join them in SDP or them in a Labour Party. So when they are finished, we'll tell you what it's all about. To tell you what it's all about. You understand? So, but as alignment is going on, DP is involved, Labour, many other parties, both ZLP, and all of them, they are very much involved. So, but that what will happen to their own share in that alignment, whether vice president, whether Senate president, whether it is, but every party must have their own share in that. So it will be a very strong one. So one man, if anybody is looking for Obi to the camp or Atiku to the camp, but the only thing I know is that PDP will be the loser. PDP will also join the alliance. People that has made it clear that his mission is to next election for Rivers State for APC. So who will remain in PDP and see trying their I don't know why.
But the thing is, pardon me. The thing is, all this party hopping, all it's doing is to fractionalize the opposition votes even more. So if you are adding the article figures to Peter Obi, and you say that defeats the APC, but then article, if he doesn't get the PDP tickets, he'll probably go and join Rufai in SDP, and Peter Obi will be vice or whatever it is. And then PDP still runs another, and they have a better structure than SDP or Labour Party. So that fractionalizes opposition votes even more.
That's some better structure based on because even no matter how bad it, they still have some governors that are controlling some states, and that is what Tinubu wants to destroy. Every base of PDP that has governor, which you know that they can sabotage him in 2027. Those governors of PDP certainly can sabotage him, and he don't want. You see, Wike is even going beyond River State. If not that man of Bayelsa stood up and he knows their plan, he would have gone there and do all this nonsense, Larry and all that, and destroy and put confusion in that state. He even said it that he's going to put confusion in all their states. And that's what the plan is carrying about. That is what Tinubu is using him for, to put confusion in every state of PDP that is controlled, that has a governor. So, and he finished for River State. He wants to enter Bayelsa State, and the man rose up against him. You understand? So Osun State might be the next. I don't know. Osun State might be the next state they will try to put fire on. So, but I still believe that the Adeleke family is not they are also Tinubu in their own state.
Can I
state? So
can I say something?
Oh, okay.
Can you see Rivers, Osun, then they have a loophole where somebody can come in. That's how politics works. He couldn't get into Bayelsa because Bayelsa didn't have their loophole. It's like a closed door. When you go, you know, if it is just for you to push the handle, flush it down, and you walk in, you can. But when you knock, try to flush it and you find out that it's locked, probably there is a burglary behind. You can't get in. River State governor gave them enough room to come in. The Osun State governor is giving them another room. So I would like you to stop looking at Wike and start looking at the environment that enabled Wike. Because if you keep looking at Wike, that means you're not understanding the politics. Look at the environment that enabled that Wike.
Yeah, I know. So somehow about 2027 is going to be a very strong one, the way I see it. And the reason why Tinubu is fighting it is hard is because he knows that it's not going to be an easy election, because I never see all his policies going to be more effective in the life of common man before 2027. I don't think so. The way it is today is not effective. So to say that he's going to campaign on his performance and all that, he doesn't have any performance, any record to use for his campaign in 2027. So the best thing he can do is to destroy every opposition and make sure that he takes control of it. You just, if you are talking, all his, you cannot even, he doesn't look beyond Southwest in all his appointment. And nobody is talking about, he knows what he's doing. You understand? So the man, 2027 is going to, even in this Lagos state, there is something happening that I know that Baba knows it, but he will not say it. You understand? There is a great force that want to rise in Lagos state, and this their next councillorship election. They want to use it to start there against Tinubu in Lagos state.
Look, I've started with it today. Shame on you. I started with the local government team, though I did not elaborate. But we will take care of that. The Ojelabi man, that is, he started, Jelabi, this thing down at Jangbadi now. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Those water tanks they donated. That's where Jelabi
Yeah.
started his political career. He's the chairman of APC. Now, them, don't worry, Ekene. Don't worry, we're on top of the game. No, not laugh, never laugh. No wahala.
Babajide someone who wants to have his own way. And I don't think that. Baba, do you think that Babajide someone is still in the same camp with Tinubu the way it is today?
It's shaky. That's much I can tell you. It's shaky. But
He's
nothing
very
will
much
not take
thinking, not
patch.
that he's thinking. And the I don't know the way what they are saying and what is going on. If he allows it go the way he wants to allow it, he wants to start with that councillorship election. If he starts with it, a lot of other parties can win that election, and after that, that is where they want to start to take out power from.
Ekene. That is why Obasa is still there. Because most of this thing that has to do with local government, most of the power lies within the House of Assembly. Not even the governor. Most of it lies within the House of Assembly. If you look at part of the issue that Obasa was actually having with them, Obasa was trying to take control of the whole local government. So at that point, people felt it was an Obasa thing. Now, later, people are now beginning to see that it's more of a presidency thing. So don't be surprised. And I've seen some of all these guys coming out, like this guy, Baba, this guy in this Oshodi guy. Baba, you know what I'm saying, right? Bisoye.
Where is he from?
But look, but the thing is this.
Baba,
look,
Baba, you know Bisoye, Abi?
Yeah, but the fact is this: Lagos State local government is going to be increased within the next 1 month before that election to become 57 LGAs, the highest number in Africa. So, I mean, Nigeria. So what they've done now, the Ojelabi-led Justice Forum, a wing of the GAC, they've started printing unofficial form and putting their own men as chairmen. Ojelabi, I can understand, is a worry, no doubt about that. It's from the Canadian local government side. But the Ogun State component, the Oyo State, Osun State all component, the Oyo State component that we are tackling now, because it's no more LCDAs, but it's going to be pure LGs. So more money is coming into Lagos. So I know an outsider can see it as a dangerous move, but we are tackling it. No wahala, carry on, please.
So Lali, what are you saying?
No, don't be surprised. They will take care of Ojelabi before that time. They will take care of Ojelabi.
I think it's next month. We are having our primaries.
No, that's what I'm telling you. They will take care of Ojelabi. Immediately I saw, I never knew they started selling form, not until Bisoye. Bisoye actually came out that they started selling form. They started collecting money from people. They started doing all sorts of things. And immediately that thing happened, I knew that Ojelabi is going. So what you will see, because what you see is that they will look for one or two things against Ojelabi. Ojelabi will just be handicapped. And you will see more of this Obasa guy. So at the end of the day, Obasa is the guy that they will use to counter those guys. Because as it is now, Obasa see them more against him. And those other guys in the House of Assembly, those ones, they don't even have any say. All of them, Obasa is now riding them now. So they all know what they are doing.
Well, I don't know what Babajide Sanwo-Olu is planning, but I think he's too. This coming election is not much into it. It's just I don't know, but I don't know the deal. But
he has his own trouble with his girlfriend that is wanted. Forget it again.
Yeah, he has a very big. Yeah,
his file is with EFCC. She fumble.
The guy miscalculated.
That is it.
I think he miscalculated.
Do you think this Chimoku move? Do you think it's part of the Lagos State local government's
Oh, sure, it's part of it.
They hold his block cost now.
It's part of it.
They held the guy's block cost now. So that's why he miscalculated.
You know, when you see that news, when you see that news, when they say that Babajide is sponsoring P2B and the article, do you think he's just made propaganda?
No, see what happened is a mere accident. I don't know that of Obi, but that of Atiku. He met Atiku. It was a setup in Ashimogu's house in Abuja. It was not something planned. He himself was shocked. Whether money exchanged hand or not, I cannot say. But actually, Sanwo-Olu met Atiku in Ashimogu's house.
Wow. In Tinubu's house. So how come in Tinubu's house? So why
Ashimogu's house. The girlfriend. I keep on forgetting her first name. What's her first name?
The Grenada princess.
She won't come back.
The Ibira woman. These Ibira women, they are starting to have somewhat of a reputation now. Or it's not Ibira, like
It's Igbira. What is Igbira?
Igbira. Yeah.
They've anglicized it. What is Igbira?
I never knew they existed.
Where is the girl?
She's on the run. You mean the Sanwo-Olu's babe?
Aisha, she won't come back.
She's on the run now.
She's not going to come back after the local government elections.
So Nigeria is not that powerful to catch somebody.
I don't
No,
think
she's in Granada. We don't have the extradition this thing with them.
And I think she has the passport as well.
Who told you?
No,
she's not worth that effort now.
You know, that's why I like Buhari. How did he get Nahant in Carlo?
Yeah, but it's different now. This woman is not worth that level of effort.
Madam Zita, that Grenada guy would do anything to protect Ashimogo.
She invested there millions.
That guy would do everything. And that guy, that guy and Sanwo-Olu are like 5 and 6.
They take his money now. He said, go live there if you finish.
The guy even came to Lagos. The head of Grenada.
The prime minister.
That young guy. That guy would do anything to protect Ashimogo.
But that Obasa guy is not in any good time with Babajide, so I don't even know what is their problem.
No, Obasa is the guy planted to hold Sanwo-Olu now. And Sanwo-Olu miscalculated. He miscalculated.
No, he didn't miscalculate.
So how is
it is just the Ashiwaju backing of Obasa.
No, you know why I said
they fumbled.
You know why I said
Sanwo-Olu still married?
Yes, the wife is a medical practitioner.
That's not what I'm asking. After this samba with the girl in Canada, is she still married?
Yes.
Yoruba women don't leave their rich husband.
That's not enough to get finished.
The woman said the wife not talk about herself.
Baba, you know why I said he miscalculated?
Yeah.
I think he was kind of like, he felt he was deceived to believe that those guys can fight the cause to the end. Particularly the GAC guys. He felt they can fight till the end. So unfortunately, they got to the middle, they were afraid, they had no choice, they had to back down. So and they now turned the table. They turned the table to Sanwo-Olu himself. That was why for me I just felt, because ordinarily
he should just thank his stars he should just thank his stars that we are allowing common sense to prevail. That's just it.
Because Sanwo-Olu, because how that thing, if Sanwo-Olu, imagine Sanwo-Olu being like a Fashola.
They did the same thing to Fashola now.
Yeah,
But at the end of the day, Tinubu has to back down.
That's what
Fashola
I'm
has to back
saying
down
now.
too.
That's what I'm saying now. That's what I'm saying. And
The same people push Sanwo-Olu, nothing but rightfully so. Look, Obasa, like I said, what did I do? Kosibashile say Bolo, Kumanwe. Obasa is a character. You can't change him. He will still mess up. Maybe he remain about 2 years. Don't worry. Obasa will mess up. It's a thug. It's a thug.
Baba, that 2 years that you're saying, at that point, the card on the table is the ticket. So everybody now, nobody wants to, because they've showed all of them. And everybody wants tickets. Even the guy that was Shola Habi, Desmond Elliott, the guy that was crying fake cry, doing drama. He still needs the ticket again now. So 2020, anything from now till 2027 is who is going to hold the ticket. So even all those guys in the House of Assembly, all of them, nobody wants to even go because they've shown all of them, like, we are changing you. So everybody's just like, okay, whatever it is, in as much as I'll get the tickets.
That is the word. Even this former Labour Party guy, Salako, is even fighting to come back to Labour. But most of them, they are not stable. They only fight. They only want where they will have dominion. But the only thing I know is that most of Lagosians now are finding alternative, more viable option, more viable party, and they want to start it to this councillorship election.
No,
We know.
Okay, I like
we
you.
know a lot of.
You sabi raise your hope. When the chips are down, we will not cut our noses to spite our faces.
It will be. I know it will not be an easy task because it will not be an. But let's see what. Because this is why this election is still a Lagos State election, councillorship election is. The reason why it has not hold is because of all these things. Tinubu don't want to miscalculate. If he would have allowed it when other people did their own, he would have lost a lot of position in Lagos
There
State.
is a complication of the 37 LCDA being passed into law and converted to LGAs. So it will make fully 57.
That will pass?
It will pass. It has passed. It will pass. Forget it. It will pass.
That thing, I don't know how they want to.
But the implication is that other states that has LCDAs will also want to put in their bill.
Don't have LCDA will start going through their House of Assembly to put LCDA. Or the implication is
huge. I know there is a wider implication, so it's an interesting space to watch.
If that's why for me, right, pushing that thing is going to cause a lot of issues because it's going to be based on precedence. Because you can't do it for Lagos, the other people, even people that don't need it. Because if that thing can fly,
because 57 is huge. Wow.
If that thing can fly, look at
Lagos State is too small now. Lagos is a very small space now. Why all that?
But it's 11% of Nigeria.
It's not all about land mass now. Population also.
It's population.
Population is the key now. Is it okay? If it's by land mass, Niger has at least land mass and everything. It's all about population now. What's all about local government? Is it the square meter or the number of people that local government takes care of?
Well, it's somehow, but I know many the issue. What will interest me is that I think the Anambra State election. I think the best loser there is Valentine Ozigbo. Is the best loser because I don't see him getting that APC this thing, and he would have allowed this judgment to come to pass before he make that move that he made. So
Valentine is broke. Valentine Ozigbo is broke. That's just the truth.
Miscalculated so much. He miscalculated because even Obi told him to wait after this, but he felt that in that Labour Party he doesn't have any competitor now. It's only from that guy from Nnewi.
Yeah, but who is his competitor in who is his competitor in APC? It's still good to it's the biggest
APC has a very big weight. APC have a very big weight that will contest. Okachukwu alone himself will beat him hands down.
He can't get the
alone.
ticket from APC.
He will not get the ticket of APC.
I don't even think he's looking to get the ticket in APC. All that guy just needs to do, what that guy wants is his business back. That guy is broke now. Even all the money he was spending, was it not from this Transcorp? It was Transcorp.
No, it was Transcorp.
Now my guy now, I know very well for Abuja now. The guy is broke. When I don't collect the guy money, now the guy needs to just go back a little bit, rebrand his business, be friend of the government. That's what he wants. It's not all this. Even if you think he can bring that money again in Labour Party to face this guy in Anambra, he will still lose now. Nobody wants to bring money like that now. You bring money, you waste it. You bring another money, you waste it. You borrow money here, borrow money here, borrow money here. At the end of the day, zero. He wants to go back. Even the Obi that you say, Obi knows what is happening to his business. Obi is just more like, yeah, let him just focus on this presidency thing. An average businessman, if you go into politics, you try your luck, you borrow money, borrow money, borrow money. And when you see that it's not really working your way, you find your way back, be friend of the government, and at least take that time to gather some things back. That's what is happening to that guy. It's not because he wants tickets. Can he beat this guy, Soludo? Does he have the capacity to beat Soludo? Does he have the finance? Does he have the money? Who's going to bring the money?
Nobody is beating Soludo anyway. So I think.
A lot of big weight after that primary. If that Okachukwu guy win, you know the Anambra election is somehow.
Bro,
is somehow. I fear that APC in Anambra now, based on that the kind of people that are interested in that ticket.
What happened in Oyo is what's going to happen in Anambra. What happened in Oyo is what's going to happen. So Ludo is still their boy. Soludo is still their boy. Yeah. What you just see is they just say blah 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 blah. At the end of the day, Tinubu will just use the same card. He will leave everybody because Soludo is their person. So for Ozugbo, that guy, I was even happy when that guy left because that guy needs to get himself back. That guy lost a lot of money now.
So you mean after the election now he lost everything? So what is he looking at in APC? Is it a position or?
What do you think he's looking at? He needs to be friend of the government and get his space back in business.
So you mean he's no longer, he's just playing this, he's no longer interested to become Anambra State governor?
How will he be? Could be Anambra State governor now? Even if it is you, can you bring out that money to face Soludo? That guy is not ready to bring any money now. Do you think it's just his own money? He lost a lot of money, borrow money here, borrow money here, borrow money here. Even the Transcorp is not even within this thing again. And will Obi, okay, look at it. Will Obi bring that money out to face Soludo? So who's going to bring that money out?
Obi will only campaign. You know, Obi no dey spend money like that.
And it's not campaign. Money. Somebody needs to be able to bring that money out. So he needs to that guy needs to just go back, be friend of the government again, and just at least get his business again.
Except that is his own reason. But if it is for political reasons, I think he has lost it. He has lost it completely in terms of politics.
Even if it's Labour Party get it. If he goes back that place, they will still beat him in Anambra. So Ludo will still beat him with that Labour Party.
He's not even going to get Labour Party ticket because the guy that is coming out from.
Had it been he didn't leave APC, that is still in Labour Party, probably he got the Labour Party ticket. He will still lose.
He will still lose because he doesn't have the capacity to finance the election.
That's what I'm telling you now. He doesn't have the capacity. So now what is focused on now is to get that capacity, get money. Because that guy lost a lot of money. That guy borrowed money. Go into that this thing, miscalculated, the money is gone. Obi is not ready to bring money out. Obi is just more like, let's keep doing this thing. Nobody can bring that money out now.
But all this money will be the share. Where in the get them?
Forget that thing. Obi get money now. Money dey hand now. Obi no get money. Obi get money now. And the money where you say they share, not be all this for 5 million. 5 million.
Okay,
Yeah,
5 million. No.
That one are money. Why no they share billion? Even
You know they share billion, but at least the millions were in the share. 20, 30, 40 million. If you calculate that since after election, the money never plenty.
All the money where you don't they share, you don't share reach 5 billion. All the money where you don't share 20 million, 5 million, give this nursing school 5 million. Give you don't share reach 5 billion.
You know they give 5 million and 10 million, 20 million, and they give nursing school.
10 million, 20
you know
okay. Ever since you don't share reach 5 billion.
5 billion.
Uh-huh.
But at least
5 billion.
At least that money plenty share. If you calculate them well.
Now what they tell you with that? Ozigbo needs to, even his friend, all of them are telling him to just find his way and go and get himself back. It's not like Ozigbo is that kind of billionaire like that now. He was just using the Transcorp. He was, doing things, and he has some couple of friends that are closer to government, and at least they're doing things small. But he miscalculated. And now he needs to go back, get himself back. He's not a politician, he's a business guy now. He was just trying to look for opportunity in politics. It's not like he's a conventional politician. He's a business
They don't already fight them for that APC self.
They will fight him now.
They don't fight them. They tell and say na P2B bring and come. Na more.
So it's not like he's a politician like that. He's a business guy that is just doing one or two things. At least doing one or two things for himself. And he saw the opportunity and he keyed into that opportunity. And now the money don't go. Even the one where we say, okay, see that emo that time. Even that man, that senator way una won't use for emo. That one still gets one swag small now. Even that one, waiting happen to her. You can't Ozigbo can't waste the money again. Who can't even borrow Ozigbo money? So maybe they'll carry money, give Ozigbo, maybe you can't go face Soludo. Soludo where they in top, where money day. Now where we say money even come plenty now for every governor. Money plenty to spend. They know they even you see all of them say they don't go borrow money because money plenty now. Then get money plenty to spend.
But the way where Soludo just capture Anambra State during this election now, within this election now, waiting in just they do just to make Anambra people feel like I just they confused.
Even especially the Abalis, you don't see the Abalis as a carry all of them where they go court today.
I see that they carry them go court today. That thing they sweet me small, or they sweet me small, and I don't want anybody that will stop that.
I was seeing some ultra modern markets that is built and some airports, and it's interlinking it with flyovers and roads and all of these sophisticated, things that it's doing,
No, but that the way
you they can run and every single day you come here to run with that.
All those Facebook Abalis.
The major problem I had with him was that how he just left Anambra State to be dying in insecurity just got me very annoyed. As in, he couldn't even act.
They capture that thing now. They capture that thing now. At least
so it's just especially last year before December and all that. Anambra State became ungovernable, even though there are still some space. But at least for now, if you go to my village, all these big houses, you see all these malls, everywhere is empty now. Everybody don't run, come out.
All right. Since maybe you can chime in. I probably have to take it to the back on the hour. I was waiting to see if any of the other hosts would turn up, but I'm not sure that they are available. But we have to expand the host, so maybe we have to look for maybe one or two more people so we have a broader spectrum of hosts, and Prince Daddy too, just chime in whenever you
go enter. They even like all those Facebook Abalis, the way they treat them. I see
that guy because of what a lot of big men now support that his move. Especially these people that cannot bring their investment in the state, that wants to bring their investment in the state. Now they have a very more peaceful environment to do that. So the they're even bringing out their money to make sure that he deal with those guys, and he's dealing with them. And ever since then, peace has come to Anambra State. Honestly speaking,
those people for Facebook, you go see them, you say, they just they do rubbish for Facebook. I see that one. I see all of them. All these Facebook
especially
guys,
that one from my village. You know that one. That one where we are black.
I say, hey, that's only the cat. Now no disappear. Hey,
disappear go here. All those things now mouth they make.
They should have consulted Sunday go now to give
one of them. They say one of them say a content creator in me. I say, hey, well, Soludo turn about into content creator. But I think Soludo, that guy, the only person that could shake Soludo, that guy will die. that guy that died. This was this guy.
That's
that
Oba
guy is the only guy that will have.
I thought there were two of them. I thought they were brothers.
No, those ones are different now. Those ones, they aren't Uba, and those ones are different. This other one, this
are different.
I'm talking about.
You know, so that one don't build. That one don't build base in Nnewi. So in Nnewi entirely can go for him. Yes, so he can have a very good number of votes. But the one that is coming out, if this Okashku win from Nnewi also, that man he can shake Soludo. That Okashku guy is a very strong. It's a very strong business. He has a very strong.
Now shake, he go just shake him. Now shake, he
go shake him. He go shake him. But I don't know because that Nnewi. You know, Nnewi is very dependent environment. So they can, if that guy win that Labour Party ticket, he can use it to. He can use that Nnewi.
For election for Nigeria, maybe by all those votes. Election for Nigeria, you need some backing. You need some backing to win.
See what he did in my village, this Soludo. You know, we have been having this Igwe ship problem before. The one we elected, he said he's not going to recognize him. So when he had this problem with this guy, this native doctor from my village, he said that guy is a very popular guy, or that native doctor he's cash.
No, I know now.
That in my village alone, he can use that guy to lose the election. So all the youth has already been threatening him that he's not going to win my local government again because of that guy. So a few weeks ago, he shared another traditional this thing, and we now have an Igwe chief in our village now, supported by him. A lot of you, the day we did that, they did that Igwe chief in our very big primary school in Oba. A lot of his representatives were there. He gave the guy certificate and all that. So the guy, that Igwe now, he now has him in his bag. So and he's using that guy to champion that my local government now. So he did some kind Tinubu politics. When he knows that he's going to lose because of this guy he arrested. So he used that Igwe ship to compensate Oba people back. And they now have confidence in him again. So that even if any other person doesn't come, that Igwe, if he says, and that Igwe is a popular guy also. Many people love him. So if he say vote for Soludo, I don't think everybody will vote for him because he's already giving them hope.
Me, I even like that Abalist in me. I like that thing. Those guys are disturbing everywhere. I like all of them.
Even in this Alaba market, the guy has a lot of customers. Man, make I not talk. I beg, make you not be saying everything I do.
Are you about to confess to something? Like, do you want?
Let them go there, arrest them. I say, hey, they know they disappear. Hey, then they go carry all of them. Oh, you say he carry all of them. Say he get waiting in the test. Say they go
during that arrest. There was a guy that was arrested in our market. A very small guy selling food. We just there surprised. This hefty man just came, pick up the guy. And the guy is if you look at him, a very responsible guy. He has a very big restaurant. We don't know say in they use restaurants, they cover business. And they operate within Ingo just go. If you say, if Intel saying got in just travel, you could just go operate within that environment and come back and start his. As in, we are very surprised. During this period of arresting doctors, they came to the market space and arrested somebody. And that guy is still in their custody up till now. As in, he made a lot of move. Oh. He made a lot. But where did he, where he knows what he's going to do? Why did he keep silent till this election period? That is even my question. Because he just started this move. Is it during this December or after December?
I think it was really getting out of hand. It was.
What is that white something that he's always holding Soludo? Is that not true voodoo?
No, it's a title something.
It's a title now.
It's a title given to him, so he needs to be with it.
I think that thing is really getting out of hand, and a lot of things were happening, kidnapping, a lot of ritual killings, and a lot of things were really happening. So and he needed to do something. And when he first started, they were like, "Hey, there's no evidence, there is no this thing." And he said something. He said he was going to do a lot of. They are going to do a lot of forensic investigation. That if they see any drop of blood, then those guys are in for it. So for him to have kept those guys to this point, that means probably they've done a lot of examination. They've seen a whole lot of things, that those guys were doing.
No. The issue is that.
But what about this one that it's sending them to arrest girls wearing short skirts?
That one is just social media. Social media distance.
That one is just media stuff. The only thing he has now is that a lot of rich guy who know that their rich are being thwarted by these juju guys and all that. There is even one in this area. They call him Odania. He has a very big what are they calling it? Is it Mr. Beast or I don't know how to describe those fast food and the eateries. That's about 3 of them in this Ojo area. The guy is very. If you see how the guy they praise Soludo for our platform, especially because of this guy, that native one from my village. So I think he has a lot of big men support now. People that their investment is being threatened. A lot of those big guys want their investment also in the state, but because of all these things, there was a time most of them were moving out to Asaba. It's become a very big problem. A lot of them were moving into Asaba. So those guys now, they are very happy. They are very happy. I saw one of them building a very big hotel in Onitsha. Very big one. Like all these foreign hotel and all that. And the job will be completed very soon. And that is what they wanted to do. But because of insecurity, it has drawn a lot of them back. But now they now have confidence. And they are in support of what Soludo is doing. And that, I think, is a very big plus for him going into this election. And as in Obi self, I don't think Obi has much interest in Anambra State itself in this election. I don't think so.
No, so that's why I say Ozibo, that guy, he better make it leave Obi. Because Obi not be sure Obi gets any kind of interest. Worst case, Obi go just say he campaign for her. Money, go still waste
whether. Sorry, gentlemen, let me do this. We're not hearing from Simba. We're not hearing from Remy. I'm not sure they're ready. But maybe when we take it to the back, they will be ready. Isaac Black is the winner of the day. That's Isaac right there. That's Isaac still. That's still Isaac. That's Kolata who passed by. And this is Boson who kicked it off actually. So Boson, the first one to come in. So I'll go to say keep it coming, but I'm about to shut it down. So I can't say to you tomorrow. I'll see you later on in the day. So thank everyone. See you later on in the day. Carry on, gentlemen. We take it to the back. If anybody wants to come to the back, the link in the comment section.